Let's get back to it, shall we? We've still got a ways to go yet. So, what better to do than to get started walking, eh? Now, you may notice the game may be slightly louder because I tuned the audio up slightly and turned me down slightly. So let me know how that ends up working out. Is in every VOD I've listened to ever since I added the compressor, I've always seemed way too loud compared to everything else, and I didn't like that. So I've made that adjustment in the hopes that that evens out a little better. But it's going to be up to you guys to tell me whether that's good to y'all or not. So, I'm gonna need y'all to keep me honest on that one. Let's see, our next port of call, we finished the alligator farm. I didn't actually go back and find the thing I was talking about up there. So we could go back there now if I really want to. I don't actually remember if the thing up there is the thing I'm really wanting from this map or not. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit up the caves now, and then we'll hit up the town, and then if I still haven't found the thing I'm looking for from either of those places, we'll swing back through the alligator farm one last time. Is the point to that thought is so that we keep the game moving. Because otherwise we're just gonna keep going back to the alligator farm, dying, and not getting anywhere. What's up, Pazzy? We've only just started. I was rolling out the whole plan. Oh, spotted already, huh? Ow.
I am bleeding.
Oh, and I didn't load the gun. That's awkward. Olé! Glad to hear it.
Reduced to ashes.
That's him dealt with. I'm glad work's mostly been good so far. Fingers crossed that it decides to stay that way this time. Okay, which way am I facing now? That's what I thought. I need to go that way. Yeah, that way. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit land over there, and then we're gonna run to the cave from there. This way we avoid where most of the spawns that'll be meant to be blocking us from getting to the cave will be. After all, why take the direct approach when there are so many side paths you can take to get somewhere? Of course, you know, there's no completely clear paths in this world. 'Cause why would there be? It's been a good time. It gets a little frustrating initially when you're getting your feet under you, because the game is meant to be difficult and is very angled towards you having to be sneaky, and early on your stealth isn't there yet. But like here in chapter 2, it finds a good balance for the most part. You really only feel like things are going wrong when you make a bad decision. That's the cave right in front of me. Perfect. Coming in this way, we get around... how about we don't go in that way, actually? There's a Deathstalker there. That derails my plan. Let's not say we did. Yeah, pretty much. At this point, we can basically walk up and tap things on the shoulder and they don't know we're there half the time. But that's because I've got a lot of bonuses stacked up. And that's not even all that I could have gotten. After all, it's hard to kill what you don't know is there. That Deathstalker would definitely spot us if we tried to go in that side, and those are a pain to kill, so I'm just not gonna. Now, once we get into the cave, the knife's gonna be put away and the shotgun's gonna come out, though, because we aren't gonna be able to sneak through everything we deal with in there. Gonna have to go back. Okay, that's fine. I have to be slightly careful with falling in this game because of the fact that sliding down walls doesn't quite work in this like it does in a bunch of other similar games. Oftentimes it will decide, no, that's not how physics works, die. So we just don't toy with that. This should be okay, though. Yeah. With the worst of the gators. I'm trying to maintain my resources for the final fight of this chapter. It's gonna take some doing to kill that thing. More so than the first chapter boss did. There we go, there's our way in. Now, the other reason why the knife's getting put away is those cultists take a little bit too much damage for the knife to be viable on them. Go ahead and load the gold shells. Now, the idea is we're going to start with the pistol. You figured that one out a lot quicker than I thought you would, buddy. We're about to die. If I don't get this potion in me quick enough, we're gonna die. Okay, we're okay. And that's a perfect example of how quickly things could go sideways. You gotta have some fast hands or you're in trouble. Okay. I also did not realize there was 3 cultists. Well, 2 cultists and a dead man, but either way. I thought it was just the one cultist and his friend. Now we gotta be real careful about the big boys that are in here too. The ones like the one we just saw up there, that guy. They're gonna be a bit problematic. I know. You are a problem. Yes, you are.
Starting to run low.
Now, the idea is I'm still going to try to stay out of sight as much as I can, because a straight-up fight in here is going to be a death sentence for us.
Rest easy, my friend.
Okay. Because a good headshot from this revolver will still drop even the cultists, as you saw there, but I gotta be quick about it. But a straight-up fight in here, as you saw with how quickly we nearly died before, straight up death sentence. Can't do it. You will not win. We are not set up for that. And that's the problem with going for headshots, is sometimes even then they don't always die. Because I think he detected us right as I pulled the trigger, so he didn't actually get the sneak attack damage on him as well. But this is why we carry bags upon bags of items, to account for things like that going wrong. Just jam a pharmacy in my face and carry on. I could have swapped to the shotgun and blasted him, but I'm trying to save those shells for bigger targets. Though we are close to the big boy, so it's time for the fire bullets. And yes, this is the exact situation I was bringing all of this extra gear around with me for, is rooms like this that are chocked to the gills with problems. Regular shells are very easy to come by. I have a box full of them. These gold ones that do double damage, that's another animal. And thankfully, for some reason, they don't hear that. That doesn't exist to them. Okay, he hopefully will be on fire. That unfortunately did piss off a lot of them, which was not the plan. Oh, there was 2 of them. No, their AI is a little weird. They only detect things that are relevant to them. Yep, we were screwed on that one. I didn't realize there was 2 of the big guys down there. Basically, how the audio in this game works is they'll notice, say if you shoot somebody near them and don't kill them, everyone near them knows. If you shoot them and kill them, the game ignores that. It's weird. I don't know if it was 100% intended, but obviously I'm going to leverage that. Buy that, sell these. I know I read the note on Wraith. I apparently forgot to put it away. We're still trying to get this to make the revolver better, but money is not there yet. There's 5 more gold shells and a good chunk of gold bullets, though. So that'll help. And yeah, there's no, like, silencers or anything in this game. Because obviously the Old West really wasn't a thing for that. But you can see that I have these just full stacks of shotgun ammo. I'm just not carrying them all with me because I don't use the shotgun as much. Oh yeah, forgot. Put the note away. Okay. Go into the bag. Fire bullets are great because basically it does a stacking burn. The more fire bullets you put on a target, the more likely they are to fully ignite. Pretty much. And sadly, we have not yet had a convenient thunderstorm. So, not really a thing. So the next best thing is making sure no one's alive to tell the tale. I've missed a tooth. Okay, I'll fix that in a second. Just getting my bags in order. Because sadly, it won't smart stack 2 bags. There we go. You can move that there, put the big bullets in there, and that sorts that out. Drink the 1 purple revival to get rid of our negative effect from dying.
Twinkle looks so innocent.
Sell you this. Was there anything else I wanted? No, I think we're good otherwise. And I'm thinking we might want to go in there with a different plan. Because that plan was sound, but only works if I know what I'm getting into, and we don't really know the layout of the land in there as well as I thought I remembered. But I have a backup plan that I'll enact once we get closer. And that is the source of all the problems around here, but we can't kill it yet. We gotta finish going and getting the parts of our predecessor assembled so he can tell us how to kill it. Explosions are part of the plan, yes. Though explosions are always part of the plan. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, we still have the chicken feet on, so ghosts don't care that we exist. I had a moment of hesitation there. It's like, does he care? Nah, he's fine. As long as we keep that chicken foot necklace on, anything spectral doesn't acknowledge us. So we can just walk up, say hi, and keep going. So we're almost back to the caves. Now I'll go ahead and enact Plan B. Plan B, in this case, being the crossbow. Crossbow with the exploding bolts. The good news is the crossbow doesn't make a sound. The explosion sure will. But they'll only care about the fact that something went boom. They won't care that somebody may have heard a twang. I can't get that good a shot at him because I can barely see him. And his head bobbled the second I pulled the trigger, because of course it did. I also forgot I still had my fire bullets loaded, so I just wasted a bunch of them on him. Oh well. Just quickly swap that back before I forget again. Nope, shot too high that time. That one was my own fault. There we go. Unfortunately, this path is obviously a lot less subtle for getting in there, but thankfully they don't share information. Closest information sharing they get is acknowledging corpses that they see. Yeah, we've already been in there. Don't want to hit you with an exploding bolt, though. That'll be a waste. God damn it.
Out of my sight.
Oh no, what happened to him? Really? Right under his chin, huh?
Out of my sight.
That's better. Head go bye-bye.
Alas, it's never enough.
Yeah, there's the one that grazed his chin. There we go. The crossbow's very good for disposing of these guys, but as you might imagine, since you gotta crank it back every time, it's a little on the slow side. So it's a little bit risky. Which is why I was aiming for the shotgun as the backup option first. I remembered there being a lot more clusters of enemies around in here. But apparently I was wrong about that. Oh no, what happened to him? I think that did not work. Oh, that's the wrong place to go. Okay, so he's dead, but unfortunately the gators are on me now. Too early. Literally shot it right across Osset's nose. That's the risk with the crossbow, is if you are just a single frame too early, it'll skim right past them. That was just a comedy of errors. I shot just slightly off with the explosive bolt, and I just whiffed the regular shot. This is why it wasn't the best idea to go straight in with the crossbow, because I'm still warming up for the day. I'm just not all in. And all it takes is the tiniest mistake with this thing. We've also now burnt our only golden bolts, so our double damage for this thing's gone until we find more of those. And they're pretty rare. But the bright side is, more than likely that big guy's still gonna be down. Because those usually take a bit to respawn. Keyword to that being usually. There's no guarantee of anything like that.
Done and dusted.
That's what should have happened in that last encounter, but unfortunately, that tiny little bit of twitchiness.
Right on the mark.
God damn it. Double god damn it.
You won't be missed.
Anyway, this is why we carry backup weapons.
Break your bones. Bit by bit.
And as you might imagine, we ain't getting those exploding bolts back. We may actually be able to still find our other bolts. Those bolts will still exist. It's just gonna be a matter of finding my way back to that particular spot in the cave and finding those particular corpses again. And then there's the extra layer of, will the bolt snap off when I go to pull it out of them? We are coming back in the same way this time, though, so it should be fine. Just gotta find where I sprinted off to, which should be right around here. Yeah. I think I'm pretty close. Yep. Give me that. Because this is where the gators came that killed me. Yeah, they're not worth that much, and they take up a bunch of space. We'll leave those. Thing is, I thought I had two... No, I only had one golden bolt and one keen bolt. The keen bolt, I don't know where it went. I fired it wildly when we were running from the gators. It's probably in one of the walls around here. Speaking of, let's deal with these before they surprise me again, let's say. God damn it. They move around so weirdly sometimes. Oh, you knew that happened, huh? Good for you. Okay, now we don't need to worry about a repeat of this happening.
Get into my gun already.
Because we ran out of this room. We rounded this corner, I think, because we were running back towards where we came in from. And then I hit the deck somewhere around here, fired at them as they rounded the corner. So in theory, the bolt that missed should have been in the wall here, but it isn't. So it probably broke. Yeah, but in case anybody was worried, no. As you can see by the bolt sticking out of this one, he was dealt with already.
Back into the void.
Got him right as he detected me.
Oh, I was just looking.
There's another cultist very, very close. You can hear him chanting. He's in there. See him right there, but I need his head for certainty.
Alas, it's never enough.
It can be so annoying when they start spinning in place because they're in a small area. That's fine. That's just the big boss screaming again. He's fine.
Do with some more bullets.
Everything is under control. This is why I wasn't super worried about dealing with the caves, because I knew after a couple tries we'd get through the majority of it. Still worried about where the other big guy is, which I think is that one. You don't see me. I'm not real. You just took a couple too many sips of the magic juice. Basically, yeah. Not so much lucky of finding fired bolts, because as long as you remember where they went, you'll find them. Just don't fire the crossbow willy-nilly.
The mark.
And there are skills that will raise your odds of getting the bolt back. Which those odds aren't that bad to begin with. But considering with the actual firearms, you're guaranteed to lose the ammo, it's still a little fairer than not being able to pick up your spent cartridges or anything. Let's see. Yeah, you don't want to be firing up that way, because if it goes up there, it's gone. You'll never see that shot again. Just like with real bows and things, you always want to aim lower than you think you need to if you're aiming to retrieve it.
Stay dead, pal.
And this is why we use the explosive bolts on them. Because when they hit, you'll notice they're just done. They just drop. I just missed with the first one. So no big guys to worry about anymore. At least not over here. There may be another one somewhere. But this looks like their main ritual area, so I would anticipate that the largest concentration of bad will be around here. Whoop.
Rest easy, my friend.
They can see me when I'm leaning, so I have to be careful about doing that. But they'll see you less than if you just sat there in the middle. Exactly. It's not exactly the most efficient way, because it is kind of costly. Considering those bolts are gone forever. But better than having to spend a good, like 5 or 6 regular bolts to get rid of them. Oh yeah, there's the humanipede we shotgunned earlier. Just cleaning out as much of them as I can. The easy way. This place does have a lot of good ammo just laying around.
Spicy.
I think the one I was hearing might have been either above me or on the other side of this wall. Yeah, he's right there. Saw his foot. Ooh. We got explosive large ammo, too. I forgot the Buffalo rifles could have explosive rounds. Because you see that so rarely. Sadly, I don't think I'm carrying the Buffalo rifle right now, though. So that's not really gonna work in our favor at the second. But I wanted to check to see if that was gold ammo or what that was.
You're not well over here.
Oh, you knew that happened, huh? That's a shame.
We gotta find some bandages.
Now, the extra problem with their attacks also is they plant leeches in you that keep the bleed going and, of course, drain extra health besides. Which is why fighting these guys in a straight-up fight is an extra bad idea. Because they're pretty good at aiming those leeches.
It's never enough. Alas, it's never enough.
Some more gold ammo. Definitely never say no to that. Get the handgun loaded back up because it takes a while to load that revolver. Get a fresh bolt in the bow. Very good. I could have probably taken the top of his head from that angle, but I didn't want to risk it. We were at a distance where I could just wait for him to turn around.
Little guys for big jobs. Gone.
There's a very good satisfaction I get to just methodically disposing of so many of them. Just one by one, they all fall. And no one's the wiser.
We're starting to run low.
Sometimes I wonder if he's being sarcastic when he says that.
Nope. Won't fit anywhere.
I can fix that. We've got inventory we can manage. There we go. Grab those long bullets first, as those can go in with the other ones in the bag. And I could pull the knife back out of the bag so I can put the shotgun away, but it really wouldn't make that much of a difference right now. Is large object or other large object really is a 6 of one, half dozen of the other situation. There we go. We got a chunk of space back. Snag us the silver. Molotov. That's why I haven't been pulling the teeth out of all of these guys either, unlike I normally would.
Beats throwing rocks at him.
And now we've got a magic tomahawk. This is not the thing I said I was looking for. I honestly forgot this existed, because I don't think I found this when I was in here last time. While the handle of this tomahawk is definitely real, the blade is not. It may seem like it's missing entirely, but if you focus, it materializes by some magic. You feel like you're not able to utilize it properly, but even a fraction of its power is enough to deal real damage. And what's best, it can be thrown without fear of ever losing it. Magic returning tomahawk. That delay, though, would definitely get you killed. But it'll come in handy sometimes, I'm sure. For now, we'll put it away, but I'm definitely gonna find a use for that at some point. As an idea, I love it. I just also know in the scope of the game, it's going to be very risky to use. Ah, you're the one that was making the other noises. Okay. I knew there was more than gators down there. I just had to figure that out for a second. Because it was going to bother me. Because I like knowing what else is in this cave with me. Since we are a very vulnerable undead man. It'll hit pretty good, yeah. You just gotta not miss. If you miss, you're in trouble. Much like the crossbow, except a little worse as far as that goes.
And where am I supposed to put this, huh?
Oh yeah, this is the skull of everything is better, but if you die, you're screwed. Yeah. Not ideal, but useful.
I may need it at some point. You never know.
Now the problem is, where is the part of the undead gunslinger that's supposed to be here? I would have figured it would have been in this room. Yeah, in terms of the damage on this, it does the same damage on a throw just about that the crossbow does. The only thing is the crossbow requires ammo and the tomahawk doesn't. And you can still smack people with the tomahawk if they get close, as long as it's not still in the process of returning to you. This way you have a little bit more context for the kind of damage it does.
Bullets, arrows, need 'em all.
And there will be the additional benefit, of course, when you're not detected yet, you will do extra damage. Which is what that's designed to be used for. But they both kind of fulfill the same role of being your stealth range. So it's got to be in one of the offshoot caves. It's probably over by where this bed is. I just got to figure out how to get over there. We've killed off a lot of the population in here. More than likely, I need to get down there, which is going to involve going over that way. Okay. The revolver's out right now because we're going to have to go down where those gators are. And the odds of me getting all of them before they notice me are not ideal. I could shoot from all the way up here and then swap, but the odds of a fumble on that are not ideal. Like, sitting here, I think, is fine.
Here's some friendly advice. Don't get back up. I will rid this land of you. Hellish
There we go.
spawn.
No fumbles. Everything's fine.
Could always do with some more bullets.
Is it's all well and good to trust yourself, but you have to know your limitations. If you trust yourself and your trust is incorrect, you need to have a backup plan. In that case, I wanted an open enough shot that I could switch to the revolver and actually be able to get them before worrying about it too much. God damn it, his shoulder wiggled into the path of the shot. Two of those and he didn't die, huh? That's unfortunate.
Put to death.
There we go.
Can't shoot with rocks.
Okay. Everything is fine. The important key to fights like that is don't panic.
I need deeper pockets.
Because this game's designed to try to push you to panic if you make a mistake in the first place. Hello. Another big guy, huh?
Destroyed.
He didn't die to that because it wasn't an actual stealth shot. There we go. Thankfully, he was very close to dying, or that would have ended in an immediate disaster. Like I said, just gotta stay calm. Just a saber laying around. We already got rid of the unique saber for this area. God, there's so many things, but I have no inventory space. Oh good, he died in the blast. That's actually perfect. I wondered why the cultist didn't show up. Yep, we're close to what we need.
Will take this with me.
Where is the part? Ah, there we go.
They needed it
His
somehow,
gun.
you never know.
Tooth.
Can't shoot with rocks.
Flammable short ammo. Okay, we're done in here. Because we found the unique and we found the item we came in for. So I could walk out. Let's not say we did. Just pop one of those skulls and away we go. Now, contrary to what you might think, I'm not actually going to turn in that other part yet. Ah, okay, that's what I saw pop up. Just checking something in Discord right quick. Making sure everything's in good order. Okay. Yeah, the reason why I'm not going to turn in the other part yet is I don't remember if the boss monster becomes aggressive once you put in the second part. So rather than making it needlessly complicated to get in and out, I'm going to avoid doing that for now. Since we're having inventory issues, I'll go ahead and get strong back, too.
I am so tired of.
Yes, yes, wah, this place sucks. I know. It's a swamp. Swamps kinda suck. It's expected. I did not mean to sell those, but that's okay. We have more. Yeah, we sadly didn't actually really gain money from this venture entirely. Because I ended up spending a bunch on healing. And on more ammo. And I'm gonna have to rejig the inventory again in order to fix what had to happen. Do I want the skull? No. I'm dying too much. If I use that and die, I'm gonna be annoyed. I could just purple revival the curse away, but it really isn't a benefit on the whole. Okay. I am gonna keep the tomahawk on hand, which I know is gonna lead to me having even more inventory problems, and I already know and accept that. Oh yeah, now bullets stacked 16 instead of 15. That might actually be very helpful at times. It means I can filter down these stacks harder. Because that level of strong back gives us just that tiny bit more movement. No, actually, it's better that that's up there. At this point, I kind of don't need the reloading glove that much anymore, so I could get rid of that. But I like it, so I think I'm going to keep hanging on to it. Pop that in there. Pop that in here. I know there always ends up being a lot of inventory management, but get used to that, because that's how this game rolls. Okay. Not ideal. I would like to have more available space, but I also like having a lot of bullets available. We can actually put some of it away, though. No, we can't, because this is full. That's why I didn't have the keen bolts stacked any higher, is because I put most of them away. I can put the fire shotgun shells away, which is a good idea, because I'm not using them. So, pull the crossbow off the bar for now. Knife back where it belongs. Which does admittedly give me a whole new problem. Which is putting the shotgun back where it belongs. I'm gonna have to start getting rid of things. I say as I promptly just make inventory juggling happen to put some of the large stuff away. That's not hard to do. There we go. Now I can put the shotgun away. It doesn't really gain us a lot of space since the crossbow is quite big. But at the very least, it gets the shotgun away. Because there are just a handful of situations where a shotgun's very nice to have. Okay, now off to town. Now, the thing with going to the town is I might actually want the crossbow back out. He's right there. I should not be here. Because I think he can still hurt me if he runs into me. And he might still attack if he gets, like, super close. I'd really just rather not deal with that. That and his stomping is real loud. Yeah, I was afraid of that, but it's fine. I'm carrying so many potions right now that all this does is help me free some inventory. Something sees me. Okay, yeah, we're at the bridge. Pardon me, Spooky. There's always that tiny clench I get every time I pull the trigger on any of those shots, especially with the revolvers. It's like, is this gonna work? I sure hope it does. Oh boy. Nearly ran right into him.
You won't be missed.
Now, the thing is, you may notice that my headshots are still working even at a fairly long range for a revolver. That's because we have a skill that extends our headshot range specifically. So we can ignore the range limitation on certain weapons. Really? None of that landed, huh? Come here, you... Really? Sometimes the animations in this game really can get you killed. Because the knife should have been swinging at that point, but unfortunately, it took him too long to pull the stupid thing out. But that's a perfect example of me getting a little bit too greedy for my own good. So let's go ahead and just put that back in my hands if I'm having to go through cultists to get back over there, which I forgot. I thought there were just regular enemies along the way, not cultists. And the time it took me to get over there and die, apparently he did an entire lap. Just walking my big monster down the field. Could you kindly speed up so I don't catch up to you? I said speed up, not do weird tentacle things. Well, that's just decidedly uncomfortable. Anyway, passing through, don't mind me. I don't know if it's him that's hearing me or not. Considering it hasn't changed while we've been alongside him, I'm pretty sure he's the one detecting me. Yeah, now we got far enough forward that he was starting to see me too. Stop for a second and let that empty. Unfortunately, this puts us at a different angle because I'm trying to avoid him without taking the longest way around possible. So we're not where we just dealt with a couple of cultists. We have even more to get through. So we're coming in from the wrong end of town. Now that he's moved on, though, let's go back this way a bit and actually get back on track. He is gonna be in my way again, but it'll be okay. Oh, for God's sake. He's just screwing around now. Because he knows it's getting in my way. Piss off, Bugman. Go away. Deal with you in a minute. And I know they made changes to that fight. Or at least I'm pretty sure they made changes to that fight since we did it last. So don't be surprised if it doesn't go the way I think it will. And we may end up having to do it multiple times as a result. The bright side is, since he's right outside your spawn point, he's not actually that bad to get back to fighting. But I do believe he heals if you die.
Destroyed.
So I'm pretty confident we had died the first time we did this full sequence of events as well.
My new favorite thing.
Really? So the top of the head doesn't count. This we just learned, because that shot went right through the peak of his hat.
Could always do with some more bullets.
And I'm not gonna go get that one bolt. If being down one bolt kills me, I accept. Well, that is also upsetting.
Gotta find some bandages.
Wow, he's tankier than he looks. Okay, great. So you also gotta remember, the knife kinda sucks if you're not sneak attacking with it. Which is another thing I've forgotten. So about losing bolts. Definitely lost those now. This is becoming rather inconvenient. And what is... I don't like the look of that curse. What is that curse? Yep, that's what I thought. Okay, we're gonna address that curse immediately. Enough out of you. I had a thought, but I don't think the thing I wanted was in there. The experience down isn't that bad, but I'm just gonna get rid of it before it gets bad. He really has managed to be right back there again, huh? Jesus Christ. Let's do this the smart way this time and just cut straight across the top of the hill. Because now we're basically on target immediately and don't have to deal with leggy McNuisance over there. And if you can hear that constant noise in the background, there's a pest control group next door getting rid of termites. Their machinery is loud. I don't think you guys can hear it, but I'm mentioning it just in case. Because my noise gating should be sufficient that that's not even being picked up. That's not something I had time to check before I started today. That's one of those, it just kind of happened right before start time.
Led you astray.
Fuck me. Why do they have to have such a dramatic swing with their damn arm? Try not to waste all my goddamn bolts. But it's really hard to hit a target that's wobbling around so much without spending all the bolts hitting him in the body. And as you can see, body shots from this crossbow really aren't very impressive.
Don't come back. Whatever gets the job done.
But his head bob is so aggressive that it's like trying to hit that would have been a nightmare. Unfortunately, we now have a bunch of bolts out in the woods somewhere, which is an upsetting consequence of that whole situation. Alright. What I should have done was, since I knew I was coming back up here to get through him, I should have put the revolver back in the second slot. That one's on me. And what we need is just down in here, though. Ironically enough, in a place I'd been already. This is not actually physically in the town itself. What's up, Jay?
Out of my sight.
How you doing? Didn't see you coming. That's upsetting. So far so good. Glad you're doing well.
Splat.
There we go. Yeah, we kept all those bolts contained this time.
Bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of cultists hanging around here, so get the revolver ready.
Rest easy, my friend.
There we go. Another one down. This is the church we got warped out of last time, so that could end up being a thing again. Though, I think, yeah, what we need is actually in the graveyard over here, which is why the armored enemies are in there. Which is the other reason why I got the revolver out, so we can use fire bullets on these coffin men. Because as you might imagine, enemies that are covered in wood are especially susceptible to fire.
Disgusting filth.
Ta-da! When I did this before without having the fire bullets at the ready for this, they were so much more of a problem. And as soon as they're fully lit on fire, they're no longer a problem. Sadly, I didn't have enough to kill this one too, but that's okay, it's just one.
Stay down.
Ta-da! Yeah, and at some point we already found the key to the coffin. I think it was when we were in the church before. I was like, huh, that's a weird key.
Ashes to ashes.
We may as well loot this house while we're here, too. No, he detected me quicker than I thought. Oh, you survived that better than I thought you would. I saw the bullet trending that way. I keep forgetting those guys are smart and they don't shoot where you are. They shoot where they think you'll be going.
What, again? No rest for the wicked.
Because they're one of the few enemies that are that smart in this game. But we got what we came out there for, so it doesn't matter. And I didn't find the thing I remembered finding. So it becomes a matter of, do I actually want to go looking all up and down this map looking for it? Because there's a unique rifle somewhere out there that I had on the other file that I really, really like. But you know what? No. We're trying to do things differently this time anyway. We'll just let it go.
Swamps, we hate it here. Mud, rotting foliage, buzzing of thousands of insects. If we were living being, we would go mad here.
That's fine. You're already mad.
A blessing. Yeah, you got the goal.
I clicked the wrong one. My mouse drifted just enough to hit the other one.
Still in one. Ah, skull of our undead friend. Whatever dreamless sleep he dwells in, soon he will be awoken. Yes, this item will suffice. Go on. Every place we... The This weapon bears signs of heavy use. It must have taken many a life, and it in itself was a life for its owner. Good job finding it. Yes, this item will suffice. With this, we can prepare the ritual. You did well, but there's much more to be done. Time to make whole what is now broken. He who layeth before us shall rise from the clutches of oblivion. Nervous, are you? No need to be. We'll do all the work now. We have the experience. Now watch. It is done. What was once broken is now whole again, so to speak. The sight brings back memories. Go talk with him, huh? Remember why we put this undead back into one piece. We need his knowledge, and that we shall get by any means necessary.
We have risen him from the dead. And now we gotta have a talk.
I walk the earth once more.
Just to think, the first thing I see as I'm brought back from the brink of oblivion is the face of another undead. I know this magic that keeps you alive. I have seen it before. Working with some malicious souls, partner? Watch your back when dealing with them. Still, if seeing your ugly mug is necessary to walk the earth again, I will take this chance. Hell, I may even kiss ya. Good to be back and whole again.
What do you got for me? Well, you got more gold bullets, so I'm absolutely up for that. This is already worth hearing you be a smartass. Same with the fire bullets.
I don't give a damn how others call me. Death needs no other name.
I can get behind that.
Not with fire and brimstone, obviously. You talked with him, didn't you? Damn bastard. As if betraying me wasn't good enough. To hell with it. I know a way to get rid of that malicious bark-covered prick. Me and the bastard you talked to were close in our preparations for a dark rite. In fact, there was only one thing remaining left to do.
Well, that's convenient.
You're in luck. Most ingredients should be where we left them. The only missing element is something bounding to this place and time. And I know what will suffice.
And what would that be?
You will take this part. What we need are pieces of the beasts lurking in this area, and a single rare plant. They will be our connection, the link, ever so bloody and messy. Cultist teeth, a giant leech, Rogaro's tongue, and finally, an angel's halo.
Well, we have half of those things still sitting in our inventory. We're gonna have to go get another cultist tooth and another giant leech. Thankfully, both those will be easy to come by.
I'm sure you know where you find them all. When you come back with everything, I will commence the rite. After that, it's hunting time.
You still have the things I
So
sold
many
you?
leeches.
Yeah. You don't happen to have any of the leeches I sold you still in your inventory, though, madam. That is unfortunate. Righto then. The good news is I should be able to get some teeth from the cultists I killed already. So I don't have to go kill more of them. I will need to go find some of the depth hunters and kill at least one of them to get another big leech. But again, not hard. We already have an inventory with a pile of angel halos. And we have a Rougarou tongue just laying around in our bag because I was using it to get past the Rougarous when needed. But exactly as he said, none of those are hard to come by. Just one of those things where it takes a couple minutes if you didn't still have all of the things on hand. I went the wrong way. Because that's the camp that hadn't been cleaned out yet. And don't get me wrong, I could just shoot one and grab their teeth. It would be extra experience, but no sense in wasting the ammunition on that. There he is.
Out of my sight!
That one didn't have anything. Egg nabbit. Now I gotta go find another one. But best we get over here and get the teeth before the cultists start respawning. There we go. Dentistry completed. Oh, hey, there's the one of the missing bolts. See, the reason I wrote those off as lost is because I didn't anticipate coming back over here at all. So I just didn't even think about them any further. But let that be a perfect example of what I mean, though, is as long as you're attentive, you can find all of your missing bolts again without it being too big a problem. While we're here, though, a little bit of revenge.
Makes my skin crawl.
Long ammo. I'm pretty confident that the item I'm thinking of, the unique rifle I've mentioned a few times, is in the town and somewhere. Oh wait, yeah, this one's the one that killed me, the one in the Undertaker's office. Not the one I expected to come out the door first, but, well, it happened.
I'm feeling a bit light.
That's the power of fanning the hammer. Ah, he was being sneaky and came around the other way. Thank you for the follow, sweet Lena. Hope you're doing well.
What's this now?
Doing alright, how about you?
Top of the earth!
It's dealt with. Not particularly. I'm running back through it because it had its full release recently, and when it's done, it'll be done. But I wanted to make sure everybody got to see the whole thing, top to bottom.
Can't say no to such a curiosity.
There's a revolver. That's not what I was hoping to find in here. Guess it's not in here. But I do highly recommend that people pick this up if they're interested in this kind of thing.
Done. Ah, this may be useful.
What do these notes have to say? I should be happy about what happened yesterday, but I can't shake off the bad feeling. It wasn't justice, it was execution. When they brought him here in the middle of the night, it felt like a dream. He was barely in one piece. Somebody or something crushed his body and almost tore him in half. And yet he had a vile aura of a murderer about him. That we were all so afraid for so long. That fear and hatred blinded us all. We hacked him to pieces, literally. Each of us took a fragment of his body. His remains will be scattered across the world so he can never rise again. I secured the skull inside a coffin, chains, locks, and more, just to make sure no one gets into it. Captain of Gold Herring leaves in the morning. He has the key. We did as we believed to be right at the time. May the Lord forgive us. This is why we already had the key, is because we went onto the steamship and found it before getting to this point. Which, I think the underlined part can be different. So I could have swore I hadn't been on the steamship before. But I could be wrong about that. They may have also changed it over time. Oh yeah, there's a basement to this place.
My sight.
Maybe this is where I was thinking of. This is where they do the preparations, I think. Nope, there's bugger all down here, so never mind. There was just a scallywag hiding out down here. I mean, we're over here. I guess I could go digging through the rest of the town right quick. Dispose of him because he's the dangerous one. Dispose of him because he was foolish enough to stand still.
Back up. It's never enough.
Because we ran through parts of this place before. Yep, they're aware of my presence. Oh, that is way more than I accounted for. Yikes.
Dying ain't much of a living.
Well, yeah, that
Be
just makes
careful out
sense.
here.
Now you tell me to be careful after I've died. And you don't happen to have one of those cures on hand this time, huh? That's unfortunate. And chat is disconnected. Uh-oh. Think we're okay? I think everything is fine, question mark? We don't seem to have been completely disconnected. I think it just had a moment. Because I haven't dropped any frames or anything. I think everything's fine. So we just need to get one big leech. I don't exactly know, like, the perfect place to go find those easily. Like, obviously, walking the shore will find us leeches eventually. There's the dead priest again. I'm pretty sure there's some over here, usually. Yeah. No, those are cultists. There's one there. You can see it sticking up out of the water just a little bit. Didn't kill it. Thank you for bringing my crossbow bolt back.
Little guys for big jobs.
Didn't drop a leech, though. Yeah, dang it. Nuisance of a thing he is. Nuisance of a thing. Had the perfect shot loaded up. Didn't have the bolt loaded. That's fine. I want him to come over here. This way I don't have to go all the way over there to get it.
Sleep now, forever.
Still no luck, huh? That's unfortunate.
I was just looking for those.
I forgot that I needed one of the leeches, otherwise I would have kept them. Because now it's going to be a pain in the butt to get one.
Righteous death.
There we go. Now we have everything we need. So I just go pull the Rougarou bit out of my bag, get the other one out of the box, and we solid. Though, there's that side quest for Annabelle still that needed the flower from the burnt place. I don't remember. It's like I could have swore there was somewhere where that had burned on this map, but I don't remember where. I won't worry about it. I'll let that be something for y'all to find on your own. It'll probably affect how things play out, and that'll be fine. We'll let things fall how they may.
Totem of souls, eh?
Oh yeah, I forgot to get the other things. I thought I could give him some of them at a time. So I need that, and I need that.
Brave yourself. Storm is coming. Excellent. Your hunt will begin very soon. You want to take a few steps back. This rite can be quite tricky. While we have done the vast majority of work back then, some issues still may arise. I've done it. The bastard will bleed now. Oh, this felt good. Almost as good as killing that thing. But this pleasure is all yours. While you were busy, I took my time to place some traps on the giant's path. Shoot them and fire up the flames. Fire will hurt the giant, weakening it, making it mortal. And what is mortal can die. Then, just shoot it in the head, or chop at its legs. Whatever will work, as its regeneration power will be useless. Happy hunting.
Because that's what would happen if you did try to attack it without having done this. Its health would just regenerate immediately.
One more thing. When all is done and dust starts to settle, come and find me. What I will have to say then, go. Hunt awaits you.
All right. It's go time. Yeah. The shotgun will avail us better, I think, in this situation than the crossbow will. Excuse me. Let's get rid of the extra revolver because we don't need it.
Be careful around here.
Oh, right, because you can stack the coins on this, and then you get the max HP while wearing it. That's probably actually a really good thing to have right now, actually. So I'm glad I stumbled on that. Wait, where is my buffalo rifle? Did I get rid of it? I must have. Huh. That's actually kind of wild that I did that. Oh well. I think I forewent it in favor of hoping that I would get the other one that was around here. We have a lot of coins. So we can basically have double health while wearing this. And still have a couple coins left over. But double HP will help us survive fighting the giant. Which will buy us the time we need to hopefully do the job. Alright. Now, it's worth noting that that thing is going to be a lot more active now, from what I recall. There he is right there. Here's one of those traps. There it is. I want to wait till he gets pretty close to it, because I don't remember exactly how long these traps last. He said shoot the trap, but that's clearly not working. Do I need to use fire bullets? I don't remember needing to use fire bullets, but maybe I'm wrong. Because he did say to fire it up. I don't remember this being a thing that it did, but... Yeah, I can't help but notice that that trap is not lit. Something must have gone wrong. Ow. Gotta say, I'm glad that I got the extra health. Oh, it is still going for me, too. Okay. So clearly I've screwed something up here. Let's talk to the undead again and see if he will explain the traps a little bit better. I've clearly misunderstood something. He said to fire them up and then they'll do the thing, but they didn't do anything.
Nice iron, you won't find somebody with my experience in the whole damn world. nice iron you got there. Almost as good as my 6-pounder.
Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to actually have anything useful to say. Oh, got a couple options here. Where there's a will, there's a way. If fire's what stops it regenerating, there's more than one way to set something on fire. But I assume those magic fires are better in some respect. Yeah, see, that lit. It was too late, but it did light. So that clearly is the kind of thing I need to do then. Problem is, with him aggroed already, I'm gonna be getting harassed by all of this crap. I might just tank the death just to reset this out. But I need to figure out if the fire bullets work. No, they don't seem to be doing the thing. So I might actually need Molotovs for this. No, I can't hurt him, though. I think I did this without using the trap last time, too. Oh, wait. There's a buff on my screen, so I guess it did work? Question mark? I'm not entirely sure, if you want me to be honest. I believe he has to extend his tendrils for me to properly hurt him as well. I think I aggroed a cultist. There we go, the head's counting. That was a good hit. Got him. As you can see, it doesn't have a ton of health, just hurting it takes a bit. And that's that. The giant that was the evil of this land has been slain. Really not a hard job. Like, we've definitely had harder fights.
That was a real nice job, pal. Wouldn't have done it better myself. Now, listen up. I've got a plan that will help us both escape. We must act quickly before Totem of Souls realizes what is going on. For a while, it will be drunk with success, but that moment won't last long. I want to get out of here and out of that Totem's influence. It makes me sick in my bones. If I were you, I wouldn't trust it either. I know of a passage into the mountains. My old stomping grounds. We can hide in there easily. Free and mighty like no one else. So, are you ready?
Not quite yet. But that's our ticket out of this zone.
You're something else, you know that? Killing that thing. How do you find so much strength and resolve in yourself? I guess you'll soon depart, right? I'm sure wherever you will go, you will prevail against any enemy. And hey, I'm happy I was able to meet you.
This leaves us in an awkward position because I really wanted to get the hat. Can I scrape the money together? 'Cause I don't mind shooting myself in the foot on supplies a bit. If it means having that upgrade available. Because we're not far off of affording it. That's the one I just had open. We haven't really even used our silver bullets anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those. We're not using a buffalo rifle, so we can get rid of those. I'm going to do my damnedest to make this work. We're not going to need the map of the swamps anymore. Those gold shells were vital in getting this job done. Hang on, I've got shit in storage. I haven't been using the ectoplasm anymore, so we can go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of the map of the canyon.
Be careful around here.
The only reason I'm going out of my way to scrounge this together so hard to get this is I am reasonably confident we're not coming back. So I need to make sure to get this if I want this before we leave. And I could go running all over to get the money for it. But I really just can't be bothered that much. And you may be thinking, well, if you've got all this stuff in storage and you're not coming back, you should probably get rid of that. And the thing of that is, storage comes with us. Somehow. Don't ask how. I'm not entirely sure. I've been maintaining all of these bestiary pages. I could start getting rid of
Look who it
those.
is. My favorite undead in the flesh.
She is so happy to see us now because we killed that thing. And we had helped her out. We are so close to affording it. Just need 10 bucks. There we go. Now we can leave. I'll do for now. This also helps clean up our excessive inventory a bit, so that's actually a really good thing to have done anyway. It's gonna be a matter of we keep the hat on whenever we're not in front of a ghost. Now the revolver's a lot stronger, has a longer range, it won't sway everywhere, which was my biggest problem with them, and headshots will get me health back, which is always nice. Look at that nice, clean inventory that I'm going to have to partially ruin because I didn't actually want this laid out that way. Wrong one. That one. And for those wondering, I tested putting a bag inside a bag last time and it didn't work, so... No, we cannot put bags inside of bags. Now that we've done a big, like, more or less fire sale of our inventory, we certainly have a much better, cleaner inventory setup now. Which, since we won't be coming back, I'm also going to pull all of these angel halos out and throw them away. Which will free up a lot of the storage. Because I'm pretty sure if these had any use, it would have been here. And I think they just had a lot of them around because they had a couple uses. And they didn't want people to have to go hunting all over the map for them. So, we've done everything we need to do now. There's a couple uniques I've left behind in this area, but like I said, I've shown them off last time. Let's get out of here.
Nice iron you got there. Finally. Was worried you changed your mind. Let us walk the path of blood-colored freedom.
I also debated going and talking to the Totem of Souls and seeing what its option would have been, but I'd rather follow this guy. This is also what we set up last time.
That's how I do my business. The giant bastard that was my bane, dead. The double-crossing ex-partner who had me cut to pieces, dealt with. We have a lot in common, my new pal and I. Like a complicated relationship with death. But the demons he's running away from are wearing me down. Leave no loose ends, my friend, or I'll lend you myself.
As you can see, he's not all positive on our side either. But he brought us back to life after we fell off a cliff, so there's that. Not that it really looked like we fell very far, but it's a thing.
Well, the Sleeping Beauty finally woke up. Did your highness rest well? Should I bring a coffee and warm slippers?
That would be nice.
Don't tell me you're an amnesiac now. Last thing I need is having to recount you our trip from the swamps in its entirety. Especially not after I barely put you back together. Long story short, we're fucked. We were almost there, on my old hunting grounds, but suddenly I hear a noise as if half of the mountain just collapsed. And then you're gone, and I see this big old hole in the ground where you stood. So yeah, you fell down and, no other way around it, died.
Died again? That's unfortunate. Been doing a lot of that.
I know perfectly well how it feels to be stranded in the void between worlds. And then there's the matter of a debt I haven't repaid you. I still owe you, so I dragged your sorry ass here and put you back together. And sure, maybe a bone sticks out here and there, but those are the details. This and that. There's no time to yap about it now. Let's just say I did my fair share of rituals. What's important is that I don't have to put you back together again every time you stumble. I admit it reluctantly, but we need a Totem of Souls. Either we summon it here, or our future doesn't look so bright. We need to build an altar and infuse it with power.
It's almost like we shouldn't have abandoned the totem of souls we had in the first place.
A long time ago, I hid a small artifact in a nearby cache. It can help us on the way. Now go fetch it, and let me think in peace.
Now, this is what I was talking about when I said there's one thing that'll happen with the priest. And that is that the priest would show up here. Obviously, the priest isn't gonna show up here because the priest is dead. I'm curious as to whether Annabelle will show up suddenly. And as before, they give you a couple things should you need them. In this case, the only thing I spotted when I tested this area out was that painting cutter. And the painting cutter's very obvious considering they make it glow. But if we try to go back this way, where we came from, you'll notice there's a problem. There's no going back. And you can kind of gather how we died. If this much of the mountainside is gone. But our ammo supplies are not ideal considering how much I got rid of in order to get the hat. We are definitely in hostile territory, though look how stable this is now. No sway at all. It's beautiful. We got some freaks around.
Spawn.
And that's something we gotta watch out for. That was spoiled for me by the fact that I tested this area to make sure of things ahead of time. They've got hellbats in them. You kill them, the bat might fly out and try to latch onto your face and find itself a new host. A wing of a hellbat ripped off its host, the Defiler. Its mere presence lowers alertness of these lesser demons. The fewer of them are in this world, the better. I'm pretty happy having my double health and my no sway and my increased stamina right now, though. There's a temptation to swap out to have the increased loot drops, and I may give up the stamina boost for that here in a moment. Because of the options I've got right now, the stamina boost is the least necessary. The boosted health is just going to be way too helpful, I feel, while we're getting our feet under us and learning this new zone. Is about the extent of what I did in this area is I walked down this path and walked around a bit in the next little section over there. So as soon as I get out of there, this is all gonna be blind. And under the circumstances, seems like a good time to give the tomahawk a bit more of a chance. There's this area's equivalent of the animated dead, of course. Who do not die to a headshot from this gun, so that's a problem. Thankfully, a couple of them still brings them down just fine. The contaminators. Ah, okay. Missed it. Got it. Get off my face! So yeah, get used to me having to burn extra bullets to kill those flyers off every time they come out. And they're gonna come out a lot, because they seem to be tied to enemies dying to headshots. I'm not sure about that yet. Wah! Missed it. Wah! Yeah, that was too far, I figured. Wah! Okay, the recharge on that's not too bad. I was worried that was going to be a problem. It doesn't recharge quick enough for me to knock that out of the air when it comes for me.
Ashes to ashes.
Hindsight being 2020, I should have checked to see if our undead friend would still be a shop for us. Now that we're in a new place. Is we need a vendor of some kind, or things are gonna get complicated quick. Did none of those shots hit him?
To stop this bleeding.
We'll fix the bleeding in a second. We got bigger problems right now, buddy. Mostly the fact that in terms of ammo, we're gonna be sunk here in a second because I got a little too greedy with getting rid of things. So let's head back and see if he will actually sell us things before we get too far. It's either that or the revolver's getting put away, the crossbow's coming out, and so Annabelle does follow you.
My
Out here.
favorite undead in the flesh. Good to see ya. You and your friend couldn't find a seedier place to stay, huh? I can almost spot a pattern in your choices.
Oh yeah, we go from bad to worse.
Let's drop the standards. It's good to see you still walking this earth and leaving piles of dead monsters behind. Ah, and Twin sends her regards. I decided to follow you and make sure you didn't get tangled in some kind of mess. Plus, I was curious where you were actually going. I'd love to say that it's quite nice here and that the air is crisp, but I sense something in it. Something burning. And even worse things. I won't be staying here for long. I'm going back to Twin and her father soon. We have to decide what to do next. I, for example, do not intend to spend any more time in the swamps. I'm planning to venture into the world, find a town, finally plant a small garden.
Makes sense. So, does that mean that Twin's father's alive then? Huh.
Do you want anything else? Twin ain't as lonely as she was before. Ah, yeah, you left before it happened. Her father returned. He arrived shortly after you got rid of the giant that was the source of the curse in the swamps.
Wait a minute. Does that mean that the wooden man might have been Twin's father then? Is the giant's what put him there, I'm pretty sure. Or at least something relating to that whole situation is how he ended up in there. Huh.
He sensed the beast's awakening and prepared all his rituals and strange objects, only to arrive and find there a corpse. As well as Twin and I, looking for firewood.
Oh. Or you know that. Yeah.
I'm truly glad that he turned up. That he wasn't another victim of all that. We're like settlers of the world's end, ain't we?
Well, at least that means there's hope for the world's population to continue.
Do you want anything else?
So I guess there would have been one more chance for me to have gotten the hat, after all. Let's grab extra bolts because I'm going to need them since I don't have piles of regular ammunition laying around right now. Alright, that should hold us for a bit longer.
I can't remember the last time I saw a civilized land, let alone one not in a state of decay.
I'm beginning to wonder if there is even a world beyond the barren lands.
Maybe, maybe not at this point. Ooh. So I definitely want that. Gonna be saving up for that, but boy am I gonna be saving up for a bit, apparently. But how can I say no to a 4-round buffalo rifle with half sway, extra headshot damage, and a 10% chance for regular shots to turn into critical hits? I mean, say it's a gun for me without saying it's a gun for me. This. You know? That is way too good for me to say no to. But it's good to see that he has all the things I would need. So even if Annabelle does wander off, like she's claiming she will, we'll be fine. So I'm not sure how she's gonna get home considering the path is gone. But that's for her to figure out. We have our own problems. Also, if she was following us, how did she not get in trouble too when we fell down the cliff? Questions, questions. Questions that may never get answered. Card back on for additional loot. So the fact that this revolver's not killing means we may end up in a situation where we end up having to sub it out anyway. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Actually, we already have a stack of those. There we go. We won't be able to keep a head count as easily, and we're gonna end up... Actually, yeah, put the partial stack of bolts back. Because when we pick them back up out of corpses, they're gonna end up getting put back there anyway. Because they won't auto go back in the bag. And I may as well just put all my bandages on my bar now, because we're out of potions. This is what I get for not going maximum prep on our way out of the previous area and instead buying a hat. Thankfully, there's still more money to be made, so it'll be fine. Fun fact, by the way, I'm pretty sure we're significantly lower level than we were when we would have gotten here on the other file. I want to say the other file was like 15 or 16 because I did some grinding on that file. And I had also tramped a lot more ground on that file. Is we went through and like 100% cleared every map with that file. Whereas this one's kind of just been zipping through by comparison. Which I'll be honest, the fact that I had already done the 100%ing of the previous two areas before, that's a fucking bird, man. They're back? Or is that like some kind of upgraded bird, man? Hmm. Oh, I can't switch weapons till I get the axe back, huh? That's unfortunate. Oh, he knows how to fan the hammer now. It is a Birdman, though. Just plain old ordinary Birdman. They've just upgraded. They also have regular revolvers now, which are worth a decent chunk of money by comparison. Okay, good to know. I suppose that's how they scale up the way you make money to keep up with the way that they're charging you more for the new weapons. There's a Molotov. Heard a voice. Yep, that's female. Huh.
Everybody's gone. Suck your marrow.
Oh, that's a thing. She's just muscle. Her skin's gone. Apparently while she's fake cowering, I can't harm her. She's also, like, super tanky. Huh. Thankfully not very smart.
Little guys for big jobs.
Alright. Hold that thought, madam. I'll be with you in a second. I have the cure to what ails you right here.
Must feed. Anything will do. Been a while since I stole someone's breath.
Dealt with. Boo hag. Oh, her ranged attacks deal less damage. Good. Good. I feel like those are a thing. I feel like I've heard that phrase before. I don't know in what context. Because I know a lot of the things, if not all of the things we've encountered in this game, have been real folklore things. Or at least inspired by them. So I would assume that hag is real too. At least a real concept. I don't know. I'm hoping that they're not that common, though. With how much it took to bring her down. I feel like she's the Deathstalker equivalent of this place. Very powerful, very dangerous, very hard to kill.
Nothingness.
I don't know how that first shot didn't hit him. Thankfully, the spore head guys seem to not be an issue. They just slowly shamble after you. Which I guess makes sense because they don't have a head, so they're not really, like, super aware of what's happening around them. No, last time you did that, you got hellbatted. Well, that didn't work either. Turns out the re-swing time on that, if you don't just keep swinging, is not that great either. So that's a lesson.
I have a rendezvous with destiny.
I also probably should stop wasting golden shotgun shells. But I wanted to make sure those problems were dealt with.
Things were different back then. Victims came in swarms. Now it's easier to fall into a demon's maw than to actually rob someone.
So what you're saying is you used to be a bandit. Which checks out with your method of dressing and your behavior. Not a problem by me. Yeah, that's a pretty good payout already. We got 500 bucks back right off the start of this place. He's also got a map now. Let's get that so we have an idea where the hell we're going. Because otherwise we're just going to stumble around in the hopes that we find something. Which, as we've seen, I'm pretty good about finding trouble on my own anyway. But it'd be nice to have a little bit of guidance in finding trouble. We do want that purple revival to deal with the fact that we're getting cursed. I think we're otherwise good enough. And yeah, it looks like Annabelle has gone on her own way. Which leads to an interesting difference, because the priest at least implies that he was going to stick around. I didn't test that, of course, because I didn't stick around in that file in this area for long. So I don't know if he would just wander off like Annabelle just did or not. But all of that's things worth thinking about. Out somewhat. I think what I'm going to do is have a setup like that for now. Just go back to this plan. Because this seems overall more effective. I could try running around and shanking them with the knife, but I feel like without the melee perks, the knife's damage has fallen off enough now that it probably won't work. Okay, so we just need to get to the other side of where we are now. I pivoted off this way initially. Ooh, so that allows me to see secret passages. Okay. There's somebody marked over here, but I don't know who, what, why. Doctor's Cave. Okay, so there's a doctor of some kind over there. Or at least used to be. Okay, so we know the lay of the land-ish now. I can move a little more confidently. That said... Okay, no, that is that area. Okay. Ah, there's where the enemy I was seeing was. Okay. These guys I should just still use the pistol for, just for dealing with the Hellbat when it pops out. Is managing to get the Hellbat when it comes out with the crossbow would be a nightmare, because I don't think it would reload fast enough. Or at the very least, it would be close enough that I wouldn't be happy with that idea.
My new favorite thing.
Rusty axe I don't need to pick up. Okay, there's enough bad over there that I'm gonna crawl up into this cart while I read the note. There is no evidence that the creatures known as boo-hags found in the barren lands are the same beings as the ones from legends and stories. Nevertheless, the name is stuck to them, and in some regards they do share similarities to those mythical creatures. It is a fact that they are predatory humanoids and their appearance resembles a flayed woman. No attempt has been made so far to clothe the boo-hag in human skin and observe the effects due to, among other things, their rarity, as well as their speed, cunning, and a talent for hiding. Most remarkable, however, is their ability to take lethal damage and survive. Behavior. In combat, the monsters are ferocious and make full use of their long claws. They can not only inflict nasty bleeding and festering wounds with them, but also use them in ranged attacks. Brought to an almost agonal state, they freeze and regenerate instantly. It has been observed that in order to successfully kill a boo-hag, one should either use fire or gold ammunition. That's why it took so long for it to die, as it was regenerating. It's like a troll. Okay. That makes sense. That's why when I blasted it and basically instant-killed it, it worked.
Little guys for big jobs.
So I need to basically either bring it down in one go or burn it.
Right on the mark.
Fuck. Thankfully, we got more bolts on hand. So losing one or two isn't the end of the world. But I'd still rather not waste any if I can help it. Not to mention the very rapidly increasing odds of getting spotted when a bolt goes awry.
Need those.
Just wheel around the corner, gun at the ready, and found nothing. Okay, so that's the red line on the map, as usual, is a train track. Got guys wandering over there. Over that way's where we died. Oh, already hate the look of that guy. Let's just miss my shot like a fool. That's clearly what I intended to do. Oh, that's a helmet, huh? Okay, he has head protection. Not for 2 shots, though. Okay, so aiming for headshots on them may be pointless. Or it's only a from the front problem. We'll have to test that further. God damn it. He's wiggling around so much. No, no bat that time. So it is just a chance even without the item. Good to know. Undead Hunter.
Alas, it's never enough.
Ooh, they've got buffalo rifles. Even a rusty one ain't half bad, so we might actually hang on to that. Till we can get a replacement for the one I sold. Especially considering we basically have a guaranteed source of ammo for it around here. There's something heavier than that guy stomping around very close by. think it's in the building, whatever it is. Yep. It's one of you boys, huh? Thankfully, we know how to deal with him. God damn it, quit rounding every possible corner. It's like he knows. I don't want to blow myself up. Oh, you're tougher now, huh? That's not ideal. Or I just got a low roll. Oh, he's got alligator skins. Thank you. Good chunk of money out of that. Just ignore those guys for the most part.
That will come in handy.
Fun fact, by the way, there is an achievement for making one of those skin collectors chase you around enough to tire them out. Since the note does also mention that they tire easily. I don't feel that it's spoiling anything to tell y'all that there's an achievement for that. I don't know how long you have to make them chase you for, because I've had them run around a bunch and nothing happened. But I don't know if it's a matter of they have to be actively targeting you for it to count. Yeah, they are very unaware, but then again, they don't have any eyes or anything, so I guess that makes sense. Which the pustules on their heads are kind of similar to the pustules that were on the side of the priest's head, actually, now that I think about it. So I wonder if there's a relation there. Yeah, there's just no point in killing those two. So in the interest of ammo conservation, we're just not going to bother right now. Something bad's nearby. Oh. I think it's like a scallywag or something. Maybe they just have the same sound. Surprise! Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Oh no. Where'd your friends go? God damn it. The door fucked with me enough that I didn't pull the trigger, and that led to a problem. Watchful daughter. Huh. For some reason, was not expecting to see those anymore. But I guess since there's birdmen here as well, it makes sense that they'd be back too. Since they were one of the more dangerous things from the first area. And we are in a town.
Sorry, sir. I got blood on your shirt.
It's never enough.
Ironic that the only thing I didn't kill was the thing making the noise. Once again, proving the point of I should just whip the shot rather than thinking about it.
This one for later.
So I pop the sights up, I launch the shot, it works out. If I think about it, I second guess, shot just barely skims their head. Ah. Because, you know, you clearly knew that happened, even though it happened behind you. That's fine. The crossbow isn't perfectly silent, so it's not unreasonable that he figured that out, but I don't have to be happy about it. Because even if I had used a knife or something, they would have figured that one out. Just as context for those less familiar with the game. There's the scallywag I was hearing the entire goddamn time. And now I don't hear that anymore. Good news, everyone. Now, bigger question. What was the point to cleaning this place out? What is my prize for my efforts here? Because my bullets are getting a little scarce again. Ace of diamonds. Headshot damage increased by 20%. If another ace is equipped, another 30%. Ooh, that actually solves my problems. Somewhat. I will actually trade the increased health for that. Because that plays into my playstyle so far. Which is pop things from a distance where and if possible. And increased headshot damage will make that more possible. Because that will make up for the lower damage of my current weapons. Funny little thing, by the way, just as a little peek behind the mechanical curtain for people. We were trending towards like 80% into 90% CPU usage in the swamp. Now, ever since we've left the swamp and came here, we've been sitting at about 50% to 40%. Something in the swamp really was just making the CPU very angry. Just a little fun fact for all of you. Most likely it was the water, if I'd hazard a guess, because there were a lot of constant water effects going off. Something along those lines would be likely to be the culprit. And there may just be less moving around constantly in here. Or we may just be in a part of this place that isn't running as off. Who knows? Just something I noticed, so I figured I'd share. Grab the money, don't play the piano. As fun as it would be to play the piano, I don't know how much else is still kicking around. So I'm going to fight temptation there a little bit. Not piss off the universe. So I will say, if I end up seeing something particularly bad, I am going to whip out the buffalo rifle and solve it.
Be gone! Die!
He looked right at me like, I know you're there. I know you did it. You don't know anything anymore. There's something flying over there. Let's get rid of that before that becomes a surprise issue, shall we? I didn't hear it. I just happened to look just far enough over to see the wings for a second. I'm like, nope, don't like that. I presume that's the same hellbats that were flying at my face from the other guys. Crap. Wow, you're a damn good shot at that distance. Respect. Now, if you could just not do that anymore, that'd be great. He's not dead. That upsets me. Could you not? Oh, is that your whole thing? Is your whole thing that you attract other enemies by being noisy?
Gone with the wind.
Let's see if burning them makes the Hellbat appear.
Defiled and purged.
Nope. Okay, so I might have a solution to those now. If I end up in a situation where I absolutely need to not have a Hellbat spawn in. Oh, that's upsetting. That's the one that wasn't a headshot. You caught him right at the top of the chest. Aww. Robbery. I like that. Less weapon sway and increased effective range. Just getting nothing but good things now. Problem is, I need more artifact slots. Oh, I think we're back where we died. Yeah. We ended up back over where we had gotten in trouble, because we got in trouble up there somewhere. Ended up trending away from where I meant to be. So I was just following the trail of enemies. That's a hell of a thing. I paused just to look at a thing. Okay. So I saw a Twitch pop up and I wanted to make sure it wasn't something important. It was just, hey, insert gifted sub here, war off. If you want to continue having benefits, spend money now. I'm assuming most likely that hitting the head bulb guys in the body also doesn't cause the thing to erupt. I think it's just headshots that make those go crazy. No, that's an iffy shot. I don't like it. Our target's not in there either. It's this way. Somewhere. Probably... It might actually even be in that church. If I were to hide an artifact, I don't think I'd put it in a church. I feel like a church would be rather obvious, but... Our undead friend doesn't seem exactly the most for subtlety.
Disgusting filth.
I didn't even hear him. He just showed up and slapped the shit out of me. I saw the other arrow is the only reason I turned around. And before he hit me.
Can't be stopped. Won't be stopped.
So that was very unfortunate.
On your mind.
Well, there was something on my mind till somebody took my head off. Yeah, this area is definitely seeming profitable, but it may just be because we arrived here and immediately started finding things. Like, it may be that this is just a profitable section of this area, and then from there it'll decrease. Grab the exploding bolts and the golden bolts. We don't really need more regular, but those bolts will be good to have. More fire to deal with those walkers. I feel a little weird that they're offering arrows. But there was, I believe, a unique bow in the other area, too, that we didn't find. Which, that I don't think I found the first time, either. I don't know where that was. That's not asking for an answer to that. That's just me thinking out loud. Okay. I'm gonna put the tomahawk away for now. As nice as it would be, I don't think I need it. I don't think it's useful in our setup. That's not to say there's anything wrong with it, just it doesn't match our current situation in our current setup. And the knife, honestly, might be getting put aside now as well, because it just doesn't do enough damage anymore, looking at what we're dealing with. And the fact that the 38 damage on the Orb of Night isn't killing things on a sneak attack, I don't anticipate that this would either. It's a sneak attack headshot, and they're not dying, so all things being equal, that wouldn't work for that weapon either. Okay, that's better. I don't think I'm gonna sell the knife. I think what I'm gonna do is it's gonna join the tomahawk in storage. Because I'm not committed to getting rid of it. I'm still considering that idea. So I'm not gonna actually, you know, sell it or throw it away or anything. And it served me well, so I would feel bad throwing it away. You know, it's one of those, you did your job, now get in the garbage can. It just doesn't feel right. I'm gonna sell the painting cutter, though.
I can't.
Because unless this has a very specific purpose, which... Actually, yeah, no, this might actually have something going on with it, with that description. A rusty knife with a strange, barely legible name carved into the wooden handle. It glows red from time to time, becoming almost ethereal. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't have a special name or anything makes me feel like it's not important, but that description bugs me, so I'm gonna not sell it. It also only sells for $1, so it's not like I'm losing anything.
Have you seen those big pools of blood? Some imps or other bloodsuckers are sitting in them.
That's good for them. I had another thought, and it escaped me. Before I go running back out, though, I'm going to step away for just one moment here. So, the usual ad run, and I will be back, etc. So just bear with me just a minute. like I said, not long. But back to business. Without a distraction anymore. Or at least with less distractions. Go ahead and cure what ails us. By the power of purple. There we go. Nah, we'll stick with what we have for the second. There was a quick debate in my mind, but I don't think said debate is worth anything. The question is, did much of this respawn? Doesn't look like it, so that's good news. Because there's still that guy over there, but he's not our problem. He's not in our path to our intended goal. So he can stay there and rot. Like, my entire target right now is getting up into that church. I have to assume that that's... If that's not where we're meant to be going, there's at least gonna be something there. So judging from the marker, that's pretty on target for where we need to be. No, it's actually in the churchyard that we need to be, it looks like. Oh, he's gonna wander right on back in, huh? Oh, fine. Fuck you in particular.
Don't come back.
Oh, that's a hag. Nope. Nope. Don't care. Nope. God damn, she shoots a lot. I might not be able to outrun her. Because she is very fast. Nope, she knows I'm in there. I didn't have a bolt loaded. I'm a fool.
Better bandage that.
I'ma die. I'm gonna die. Yep. And remember what I said about sliding down walls not counting? Yeah, that's a perfect example of what I meant. I was very not ready for that hag to just pop out of the church, so I was completely unprepared for that.
Whoa, again.
What I probably should have done was swap to either explosive or gold bolts and just shoot my shot and hope for the best. But not ashamed to say it, I panicked. Saw that and went, Forgetting how fast we saw her run before, so obviously we knew we weren't going to be able to sprint away from that. But sometimes fight or flight kicks in and brain automatically chooses flight. That said, if there's a boo hag in there, I wonder if there actually is anything of value in there. Because the one we killed before didn't have anything of value near it, so... I think they're just around, kind of like Deathstalkers and Wendigos were in the other two areas. I think they're just there to be a threat. Glad I checked that body, because apparently a lot of good money in there. Which, that's the one thing that makes me wonder if it is worth killing all of the walkers, is the fact that they have so much money in them, potentially, if they drop a bunch of the wings. Like, it's not massive money, but $40 each ain't bad. Oh, there's a ghost. Thankfully, that's pretty straightforward for us to deal with at this point. Gonna wait for him to turn around, though. I'm surprised he didn't die to that. There we go. Unfortunately, it seems that since he disappeared, he took the bolts with him. So that's unfortunate. I didn't know that. But I guess it makes sense since he didn't leave behind a corpse. I probably should have just used gold revolver rounds. And it's not the churchyard. I guess it's in there then? Oh, and it's guarded by another ghost. And me having gotten rid of my chicken foot necklace like a fool. That worked. Yeah, presumably down in here is where what we seek is. Oh, but it's not going to be that easy, huh? Of course not. Why would it be? Hey, a level. Whoa. Something saw me. Something's seeing me that I'm not seeing. I really don't like that. Oh, it's just another animated dead. Okay. I really thought you'd die to that.
Better bandage that.
What? Cultists? What are they doing here? God, they're just throwing curveball after curveball at me right now, and I'm just not handling. Because I heard the leech shot, and I'm like, no, I heard wrong, right? Or something else has that sound effect. Nope. Fucking cultist. At this rate, let's get medical training. I was really pondering getting the last step of Invisible Man or the last step of Strongback, but I feel like we need medical training. It's gonna mean that the thing is still stuck on screen for a while, but I feel like we're better off not doing that. Need to build our supply back up of ammo. I'm not gonna buy the silver bullets though, because there's still not been that many ghosts around to make it worth carrying a bunch of oh, I did still have the chicken feet necklace. I completely wasted that ammo killing off those two spectral gunmen. Oh well. This is what I get for not checking. That's entirely on my own head there. I do still have an extra purple revival, so I can just go ahead and get rid of our stamina down. Go. We have a lot of explosive bolts now, which is nice. Feels like it took us a really long time to gain a level, though. So I wonder if they rescaled the experience gain. Either that or I'm just remembering the level from the previous file wrong. I also spent a lot of time killing on that file, though. So that may also be the other factor, is I just killed a lot more enemies on that file. Because we've definitely been much more stealth-focused this time. Misjudged where the up is. These enemies have respawned. Which, being stealth-focused in this stealth game has been a mixed blessing. When it works really well. There's just been a couple situations where it's not very practical. Like the one we're about to get into in there, where we really don't have that much room to rumba. So it's gonna become a problem again. So what might end up happening is we might be whipping the shotgun out. And going loud when we go in there. I can't fit that in there, but that's okay. Something's making awful noises near me. Like, awful growly noises.
Rid this land of you.
There's the cultist. And turn around, stupid. Oh, but your friends saw that happen, huh? Unfortunate for your friends, really. Nobody here but us dead bodies. That, I presume, is the thing... No, that's just a cup. I wonder if the cultists I'm running into now are the same cult that we saw evidence of in the first chapter, just advanced further then. Because this does seem a very blood-drinking focused cult, and the cup from the first chapter was used to drink blood. Hellbat. Gold cup. Seem to be relatively safe in this room. Hellbats are a parasite that in their larval form search for suitable habitats, usually in the form of corpses belonging to humanoid creatures. Due to their substantial mobility and camouflaging skills, they are very difficult to spot at this stage of their development. Once they find a suitable host, their nervous system expands over its entire body, effectively taking direct control over it. The Hellbat is safely hidden in the host's chest cavity, only leave in its lair if it's physically destroyed. No one has ever observed the transition from the larval stage into the adult stage, if there even is one. Behavior. The Hellbat is driven to extremes. When driven to extremes, will use its ability to fly and make attempts, usually very direct, to quickly destroy the threat. Fortunately, in this form, it is little more than an exceptionally aggressive leech with wings. Which, that's another thing to consider, is the fact that they are very leech-like. I wonder if there's a relation between the Hellbats and the leeches that are launched by the cultists from these weird freak arms they have. Or if that's just a coincidence.
Stay dead, pal.
Nothing bad happened. You can't prove anything happened to him. No witnesses.
Oh, good. Ammo.
Conveniently propped up against a coffin, too.
Alas, it's never enough.
There's a hole. Where's this go? Toward the growling, huh? Well, don't like that. Being in a cramped tunnel when you come up on something that's growling really just seems like a bad idea all around.
Just what
Fancy knife. Put that in my pocket. What's it do? Enemy damage is reduced, increased sneaking by 30%, 25% chance to get an instant kill with a surprise attack. Okay, we might be back in knifey mode. A richly decorated dagger made it for a spoiled son of an aristocratic family, drawn only once by the young man on his birthday when the dagger was given to him. How ironic that the first blood spilled by this weapon belonged to its owner, who, due to incredibly bad luck, managed to commit accidental death by tripping with his new gift on the stairs. The family quickly sold the weapon and since then found its way into the hands of various bandits and former soldiers. That's why you don't give your kids knives, everybody, without teaching them how to properly handle them. Oh boy.
rid this land of you.
How polite of him to wait till I reloaded, huh?
This may be useful.
Cultists, I saw at least one more animated dead right here. Really, you survived 2 shotgun blasts that time, huh? You just conveniently didn't die. Okay. Let that again be the perfect example of why I don't like using shotguns. Because every now and then they pull that shit on me. Where you point shotgun at chest, enemy doesn't go away. And you can say, well, you were a few steps too far away, and I will say, every other weapon in the universe doesn't have that problem. Like, you know where you stand with most weapons is the thing. With a knife, you know if you can't reach them to stab them, knife isn't going to work. you know that if you miss with the single shot weapons, you've missed. You can get random results somewhat from a shotgun because of the spread. That's why I don't care for them. The only way to really avoid the somewhat random result there is by basically putting barrel against target, and that doesn't always work out. Basically, the short answer is I've gotten the short end of the stick out of too many shotguns, so I just don't trust them anymore. Yeah, I should buy more gold shells, which still don't even properly stack even when I have the bag open, but at least they went into the bag. So that's a lesson for the future, is if you've got a stack of something in a bag, open the bag before you buy it, and it'll actually go where it's supposed to. Somewhat. Wrong one. We've almost got a full stack of exploding bolts and gold bolts now, though, so that's helpful. God damn it. Get me some dynamite for the future, though. I don't know yet if I'll use the 1 in 4 instant kill knife. It honestly will have the same issue I was just talking about with the concept of shotguns, where you can't guarantee what'll happen with it. And as y'all know, I'm not against random. I enjoy random. But there are situations where random doesn't belong. And in a situation like this is arguably one of those situations. Because if you can't rely on your weapon to kill your target, you can easily end up with the same situations we've been having, where you get a whole bunch of enemies chasing you around and you can't do a damn thing about it. I could put that away, but no. No. We're gonna be going back in there, so we'll keep the shotgun out. That's part of where the debate was coming in. It's like, should I put the shotgun away to fill that space back up? And the answer is, doesn't matter. I should swap for the moment, though, for the trip back, just in case I need to shoot something. And I'm using this because it has higher damage than the crossbow. We have a lot of ammo for the crossbow, but if I'm going to carry this thing around, I want to actually use it at some point. But that is a purely at-need situation. I'm not going to just start firing off at enemies on the way back if I don't have to. Oh, you've respawned. You're a convenient test target for this thing. As you can see, this actually loads at this point slower than the crossbow does. Which is why I was excited when I saw that the advanced one actually could fit more than one round in it. Because, you know, it's a backloader. Those don't load fast. But at the same time, it's still faster than muzzle loading. Which, at a glance, that thing almost would look like a muzzle loader, so that's a thing. I could burn this man. Just so he stops being on the ramp. Oh, that was a good reflex shot. Oh, you respawned too, though? Oh, no. Thankfully, he didn't figure out what happened that well, so we're actually kind of okay. I don't like him being around. With my luck, I'm gonna stumble back out into him when I come out. And thankfully, it's just the one good explosive bolt to deal with him. Still carrying nothing but garbage. I see two Hellbat wings and a gold nugget. And another 2 Hellbat wings. This is why it was worth killing those. Is 66 a stack and then a 55 stack, so... worth the time. Is the fire bullets we bought that we used, each of them were what? Like... 40 a stack, I think? Based on the amounts I was getting. And now we should have a relatively clear path back in. Whether we'll have a clear path inside it all is a whole other question. I still don't like the growling I'm hearing when we get over here. I feel like I'm gonna find something really big and nasty down in here somewhere. We're taking a different path, I know. Because we went down the main path the first time. Interesting. Fuck me. That one was purely my own fault. I am unhappy, though, that 2 close-range blasts from that shotgun wasn't enough to kill him. I should have aimed a little higher, but I genuinely didn't expect him to live through both barrels of that shotgun.
Lost and forgotten?
God.
Wish.
Fucking unhelpful shotgun. No. God damn it, it's doing the thing. It did the thing where it bugs out. God. Ah. Hate it when that happens. Basically, what the bug is if you click while you're dead, it gets stuck and keeps clicking.
Have you seen those?
So I ended up wasting a potion because it got stuck. It's a minor bug, but it is just so annoying when it ends up happening because I know what causes it and I did it anyway. I'm not gonna buy the explosive or the golden bolts this time because we're running out of stack space for them and I don't want to have extra stacks laying around. I think we do have enough room for all of those long bullets, so we'll take those. We'll go ahead and grab some extra regular shells. Even though we have the stored ones, we may as well just take those since they're there. I feel like that's a separate stack of gold ammo. Or did I just move the gold ammo again? We'll find out in a second. I could buy the fire shells and not have them take up a different spot. That's fine. Yeah, I do have 2 different stacks of gold shells. Okay. And yeah, we have just enough room for those long rounds. Perfect. Now, with having died this many times, though, I anticipate that there's going to be more things that have respawned on our path back now. I'd be very surprised if they didn't. I'm still kind of surprised that the bunch here didn't come back. Like, some of the the Bughead guys are back, but the rest of them haven't returned. It's surprising. I'm not unhappy that that's true, I'm just mildly confused. Apparently you two came back immediately, so that's great. That's clearly what I wanted. I really don't like being near these guys. The noise they make is upsetting. And I know I'm going back down there with lower health. It's fine. Judging from how this has been playing out, 7 more health isn't gonna make a difference. You know? And remember, we're not gonna deal with what's going on in there because there's a boo hag in there and I don't feel like dealing with it right now. That's what I was afraid was gonna happen at some point, was that he was gonna come back. Well, rather than do this the annoying way. Because it's either waste a full set of gold rounds on him or just walk past him with magic bullshit, and honestly, at the rate things are going, magic bullshit's the way to go. I just need to remember that he's there when we come back. So as not to make stupid and get myself into a whole bit of bother on the way back out. Really? You're back again already?
You're not welcome here.
How many times am I gonna have to put him down before he stays down? Just to make a point. Fuck you in particular. I feel better now. Was that a waste of a gold shell? Yes. Do I care? No. And this was completely pointless too, because there's nothing over here. There might be like a secret passage that gets revealed when we have the artifact or something. So I'm presuming currently that this is meant to be a maze. Which is why I keep checking each of the paths instead of following one of the paths completely, because if I follow a path completely and it leads to a dead end, that would be upsetting. So we've connected back up with where we fell out of the gap there. So I think these are starting to link up. And there's the guy that killed us the first time. And his friend. Which I'm making the same mistake I made last time. But we played it a little better this time, so it worked itself out. I was very worried that I was going to have made a mistake by not reloading the shotgun first and somebody was going to come flying up the tunnel and piss me off. That's just a hammer. Yeah, dang it. Well, you're fine. He's not much of a thing to kill, so that's fine. I'm surprised those are even still spawning, if I'm honest, because humanipedes are really not a issue. That's an issue. That's a big issue. We know how to deal with it, because we can just blast it with some gold shells and it'll go away. But that's still really awkward to just happen across at a time like this. Where are you facing? my way right now. Oh, she was guarding what I needed. That makes sense. We got the bell. That wasn't what was making the growling noises, though. That's still bugging me. The hell is in here that's growling like that? Is that just like a sound effect in here? Because whatever it is, it sounds big. Oh, automatic ringing when something is hidden from view in the vicinity. Let's go ahead and decrease our headshot damage for now. Aha! I assume this is a shortcut back out. Yes, it is.
Need to inspect this closer.
Fathomless Canteen. Neat-looking leathered canteen adorned with gold ornaments around the edges. Despite its light weight, it seems to be bottomless. The liquid inside acts like a very strong alcohol with some special properties. Well, it's got one very important special property to me, and that is the property of being worth over $1,000. So that spits me out right in front of the churchyard. Okay. I'm gonna go back in there before things respawn, though, and take a look around in there to see if any other walls disappear within the confines of this area. Because I feel like that's designed to happen somewhere in here. Like, it's just a gut suspicion of mine. And I could be completely barking up the wrong tree. Don't get me wrong. But I just need to check, otherwise it's gonna bug me. Well, this wasn't a secret room. Okay. The only other likely candidate would be this room, which has a cultist in it again. Nope. No dice, huh? Okay. Was worth a shot. Well, I guess in the end he was worth 2 shots, but, you know.
Wild and purged. Stay down.
I know we were down here before too, but I'm just giving it another quick check. Because we found the magic knife in here, so I don't think there's anything other than the knife and the bell. Why is there another boo hag in here? There wasn't one here a minute ago. Hold that thought. I'll make damn sure she dies straight away. No. Just a plain old saber. It's a saber, my dude. It's not very curious. See? It's a sword. It's got an edge. It cuts people. Wow. Had a boo hag in here and still didn't have anything hidden, huh? Rip. So that wasn't worth it. Yeah, there's just fuck and all in here. Okay. Very good. Glad I risked my life to come down here. Well, since we need to go back to the undead anyway... Up. No sense walking out of the hostile churchyard bit by bit.
Something on your mind? Well, well, you finished your part before I grew moss on my privates. Did you see the town? It's a ruin, and it's not even my fault. Can you imagine?
I can imagine a lot of things.
The good old times.
The present is just one big disappointment.
Enough reminiscing. What's the point?
Did my ritual not work as well as I'd hoped? Can you even hear me? Do you suffer from memory loss or something? I've told you already. This will help us a ton with surveying our surroundings.
And we need a bloody good reconnaissance if the plan is going to work.
We need to find a way to build a totem of souls here. I really don't know how many times I'll be able to put you back together when you trip or fall into a Vendigo's maw. You can't rely on my memory. Too much has changed. Even my favorite saloon is in ruins. It just so happened that during my recon I saw a light from afar. I don't know of any monster that uses a lamp, so it means somebody alive and civilized is here. We really should ask them a few questions.
That presumably is the doctor whose cave I saw on the map.
That's your job. Just try not to be trigger happy, yeah? Learn everything about this place first. Especially ask about big, mean monsters with a powerful soul. It is a crucial part of my plan.
Without it, we can't summon a totem of souls.
Still not convinced we actually need a totem, but sure.
In the meantime, I'll look for a suitable place where the veil between the worlds is at its thinnest. Summoning the totem will be easier in such a spot, and we need it to keep us in shape. Seems fair, doesn't it?
The totem started your undead existence, and without you,
I wouldn't be here at all.
I mean, somebody else might have built you back up, but sure. We can operate under that logic. But I am going to sell the Fathomless Canteen. Its effects are very good, but I don't like having to deal with the effects of alcohol, and I just don't care for any of those temporary buffs anyway. The effects of alcohol really aren't very strong in this game, just as a note, but it's just something I can't be bothered to deal with. I didn't mean to sell that. I was just going through and selling things, and then my hand slipped. But we have more money now. We're climbing back out of the hole I put myself in. Go ahead and give me that back. That was actually a different one, but 6 of one, half dozen the other. And this is, yeah, a lot. 900 for 50 more damage on the Buffalo Rifle. I mean, it would actually only be 800 because I'd be selling the other one back. So it's not the worst idea. It's not my best idea, but it's also not my worst idea. And I didn't throw anything in the containers that I wanted to sell, right? Yeah, because I haven't picked up so much that I've needed that yet. There's been too many deaths for that to happen. Yeah. it will be entirely too helpful having a over 100 damage weapon on hand. Trekking around in this place from what we've seen now. And there's the hope that the non-rusty buffalo rifle will reload a little quicker. I don't remember it reloading any quicker, but one can dream, yeah? I'm gonna reload the singular round back into this one. Yeah, it's about the same. And I know it's silly to be carrying this many weapons around. But as you've seen, I make use of all of them at some point. I don't know if I'll keep the bell on the bar the whole time, because I feel like I kind of can't reasonably do that without hurting my combat abilities. But we'll keep it close at hand. At least for now. Yeah, as expected, the doctor over there is where we're going. So we need to follow the rail line out, and then once we get into the open space, we can kind of cut across it instead of following it. There's also a safe spot somewhere partway across the hunting tower. The tower's probably worth checking out as well. The only thing is, we've seen undead hunters around, so more than likely that tower is going to be infested with them, if I were to hazard a guess. Like, that just makes logical sense. And of course, getting back across this town is going to be a bit of a deal, considering... No, it's not even worth testing that at this angle. Because with my luck, I'll hit him, like, at the top of his back or something instead of his head. At least the saloon's still mostly cleared out. So, one of the two prodigal daughter corpses is gone, so one of them respawned. Because I think the corpses will always disappear when they've respawned. Looks like I'm mostly free and clear to sneak my way through. Oh, it's the fucking bat. Oh, that's what saw me. Get off. Well, that's fine. That was probably better than if I shot it and made a lot of noise. And attracted the ire of everything and everyone. While I've been playing this, people may be wondering if I'm gonna go back to Gloomwood, considering it's a very similar situation. When it has the rest of its stuff together, I will. I don't think it's done yet. 'Cause I remember seeing them put out a decent update for it. But like I said, I think I'll wait for like a 1.0 patch or something for that at this point. And then go back through it all like I'm doing for this. I really enjoyed that game, but there's not that much for me to do if I sit there and just keep going back to it every update. It's gonna get stale. And I'd rather it stay fresh. Oh boy, there's lots of just flyers hanging around here apparently. Looking for more people to infest. Oh! That's invisible. And the bell doesn't make it visible. Well, I hate that.
Bleeding out ain't
whatever that is strong and very hard to see. Okay. Not a fan of that. It's like, I definitely spotted it before it spotted me, but I couldn't tell which way it was facing because it was, you know, just a shimmer. Gonna have to keep that one in mind, that there are things that are camouflaged. I won't say it's invisible because it wasn't completely invisible, but it was definitely hard to see. Unfortunately, we now have to get back across the town again. Which, situations like this would be one thing that the knife would be useful for still. Even though it's not... Actually, wait, doesn't the new knife have a sneaking bonus too? Yeah, improve sneaking by 30%. We can leverage that to help get us out of here. It doesn't make our sneaking faster, but it makes our sneaking more effective. This way we can just trot on through here without thinking about it further than that. That does mean, though, that if I get the last level of stealth and use that knife, I can probably move pretty fast without anything knowing I'm there. And get even closer in on things than I did before without it being an issue. But I'm gonna be ready with gold ammo for whatever that weird camouflaged monster is this time. So I don't know how strong it is, but it's strong enough that our regular rounds couldn't kill it. At least not quickly. It was right around here because we were in that bush and then I spotted him. There he is.
Need to stop this bleeding.
There's more than one of them.
This hurts.
Jesus Christ. I figured, oh, there must only be one because we only saw the one last time. Joke's on me.
Right. Let's stretch those dead legs.
I don't know what I was thinking with that. Obviously, there was going to be more than one of them. They are durable suckers, too. Might have to be crawling around with the shotgun in that segment. Not something I really want to do, but... Because here's the thing. I could probably, like, buffalo rifle them if I could see them well enough before they see me. But I suspect it's going to be a case of I'm going to happen across them in, like, mid to close range most of the time. So I'm going to want the shotgun. Is peppering them with a handful of shots from the revolver hasn't been working. Because that's the kind of range where fan fire would have usually worked. But it seems like they're either dodging the shots because their movement has them wobbling back and forth, so the spread from the fan fire may be missing some of the time. which there were definitely plenty of times where I didn't see blood coming up off of them, so that's very likely. Or it might be a case of, like, they may have regenerative capabilities like the Boo Hags do, or something stupid like that as well.
Ashes to ashes.
Good to know I can just creep up on those and stab them. That makes some things a little easier. It certainly saves on ammo.
Hellish spawn.
That also means we can just go the way we saw another one of those flying around instead of going through Invisible Monster Land. The thing is, we have a lot of ground to cover to get to where we want to get to. Hearing footsteps. May not be out of the woods for the invisible boys anyway. Wait. That's a very similar shape to the thing that's been killing us. Are they only invisible when somebody's near them?
Ashes to ashes.
Broken Scream. Part of the Scream. Ooh. Hold that thought. There's the flyer we saw. I just wanted to make sure we weren't near or that corpse when I tried to read the rest of that. The heart of the being known as the Broken Scream. Black as the starless night. Just looking at it makes you want to shed blood and satisfy your incredible hunger. Giving in to these desires may bring some benefits, but at what cost? After an assassination, regenerate health for 5 seconds. Makes enemies blind but not deaf for 60 seconds. After the effect wears off, take 1 HP for 2 seconds, lasts until next kill. Interesting. Like that certainly is an interesting concept. And would pair nicely with, like, chain in killing with something like a melee weapon. Because it would also give you the free reign to do so. I kind of want to go over to where the other one died over here and see if it's the same creature. I may regret doing this, but I do have 2 golden shells loaded, so that will hopefully kill our invisible predator. Wait, why is this one back already? That's, like, definitely the same animation. Why were you invisible? It's definitely the same creature. But why was that one invisible and the other one wasn't? That is weird. I don't like that. I don't like that I don't know what that means. Get that little bugger while I'm at it. I want to try to get to the tower. Because worst case, there might be something useful in the tower. I stand by my gut feeling that there's going to be lots of hunters in the tower, but the fact that there's these broken scream things wandering around means there might not be. There may just be more of them instead. Just let me tell you, not happier about that concept. Oh, there's one of the bughead guys.
You can never have too much of those.
Part of my interest in the tower, though, is I figure a tower will have a rifle in it. Well, he got splattered. Something tore through the wall and, well, tore through him, too. This might just be a checkpoint. It doesn't have anything else significant.
Oh, good.
Just a revolver, huh? Well, it was less in both respects than I expected. Less death, but also less anything. Huh. Scavengers, trappers, and scouts who have remained under the influence of the dark forces ravaging the barren lands for too long, as well as individuals that never left the area, are often known as undead hunters. Like many similar creatures that used to be humans a long time ago, they've retained some of their old abilities, which makes them deadly foes. Behavior. The undead hunter can fire powerful single-shot rifles with proficiency almost beyond that of an average scavenger. Direct fights with the undead hunter should be avoided at all costs. Instead, it is recommended to try sneak up on the enemy. If that proves impossible, run from one hiding spot to another at well-timed intervals and reduce the distance. Of course, in the vast majority of cases, even one mistake means death. Yeah, it checks out. The bright side, from up here, if we can actually see any enemies, we can dispose of them with the buffalo rifle pretty easily. The problem is, can't really see a damn thing from here. Except him. Definitely see him. You lived through that, huh? And they definitely are capable of manually cloaking. Okay. There he is. I didn't kill him. I don't even think I hit him. So I think he stopped. So when I predicted where he was going, he didn't actually get there. It's very upsetting how he sounds like he's right on top of me. How is he not dead yet is the better question, because that one I feel like definitely hit him. Though here's the other scary thought. It might not be possible to hurt it while it's invisible. Because that time I'm pretty confident I would have hit him. He have like native dodge while he's invisible or some shit like that. It's also not the only one around. Oh, did I end up shooting two different ones? Because if you look on the left, there's one walking over there, and then there's one on the right, too. I may have shot two different ones, and that's why neither of them are dead. I don't like that thought, but that's probably true. That said, the fact that the buffalo rifle's not killing them is upsetting. Problem is, there's just enough blurring at this distance that I can't tell where he actually is. He's somewhere right around here. Right around where I'm pointing. I just can't guarantee he's exactly where I'm looking. Because with the swaying, it's making everything shimmer just like he does. There he is. I think I got him. Because one of the arrows disappeared. They must either be hella resistant while they're invisible, or like impossible to hurt. 'Cause I feel like there's no way that he would have survived that too now. The only thing that's bugging me is the bolt continued to travel and it seemed like it hit the ground, even though we absolutely saw the shimmer there. So I'm a bit confused. There he is. He's down there looking for me. Yeah, I don't know what to do about these things. We haven't found the note on them yet either, so we don't have information as to how they work, other than what I've determined so far, which is simply put, just the logic of if it's invisible, it may not be worth even trying to kill it. Maybe I need the bell for that then. Not using the revolver right now. Problem is I don't know where he fucked off to. There's most likely one that way. I don't see a damn thing. I'm a little worried about climbing down, if I'm honest. So I feel like climbing down is just gonna put me right into the jaws of one of those things. But I don't really have a choice. It does mean that making progress is probably gonna be very slow. I'm gonna have to be on constant watch for invisible monsters. Okay, that hit knocked him out of his invisibility as far as I can tell. They can be hurt while they're invisible.
Advantages.
They're just really hard to hit. I didn't mean to fall off there. Oh, that's fast bleeding. I didn't realize that was a different kind of bleed until too late. I didn't look over at it because I'm like, okay, I know how long it takes for the amount of health I have to bleed out. I'll probably be okay.
With destiny.
And then lo and behold, very suddenly, my health was gone. Those things are really strong. I am proving to thus far not be a fan of those things. The good news is we have proven that they can be hurt while they're invisible. And if you hit them right, they get knocked out of their invisibility. For a moment. From there, it's a matter of figuring out how does that benefit us? You know, what can we do to make that information useful? We've also verified that the bell does not make them visible. It was right in front of us, invisible, and the bell did nothing. I feel like that would have been a nice side effect of the bell, as if you had the bell on you when they were around, it would reveal them. I think that would be a good counterplay option. This way, you know, there is actually counterplay against those things so far, because right now doesn't really feel like there is any. And that's not great. Because, like, if they're meant to be stalking around invisible all the time to be spooky, I kind of get that, and that's fine. But for somebody like me that's not particularly bothered by something like that, it just kind of is annoying. Because it's just going to slow me down a lot as I have to creep around looking for the next boogeyman around the corner. It's much the same with some of the more monster-oriented horror games, where you're either dealing with an invincible monster or one you can't see coming. Things like that, where you just have no means of fighting back. It's like, I get it, it's meant to be spooky, but it also really kind of sucks sometimes. Because you just end up in a position where there's just nothing to do to make a situation better. And you may have to just, like, hope that you happen to run just the right path to get away from it or something. Which isn't the best feeling in the world. Wrong one. Okay, exploding bolts deal the same damage as the nitro rounds. That was something I wanted to check. So I assume it's 300 explosive damage in addition to its regular damage, so the Buffalo rifle version should do more. It's just not necessarily going to be enough more, necessarily. At least not with any guarantee. The only other thing I'm thinking of is, since burning it seemed somewhat effective, it may be in my better interest to just purely go for trying to set it on fire. at the very least, I'll be able to see it at that point. Did he have a purple revival on him? Because we are down 25 health. He did not. You know, since I'm sneaking through town anyway, let's go ahead and rest. Rest, reset his shop, and hope we get something useful. There it goes. It took a really long time to load back in for some reason.
You see no
Still no purple revival, but more fire ammo. I'm not gonna go nuts buying these, but I will buy a little bit more. It's a matter of it's yet another weapon to pull out in order to use that ammo. Otherwise, I would be absolutely all about it. But I just don't use the buffalo rifle enough to make it worth going out of my way to have multiple ammo types for it yet. Once I have the Call of the Abyss, I will probably start carrying a lot more long ammo on me. Because that just makes more sense at that point. Right now we're filling up half our damn inventory, plus most of the bag space, with ammunition and weapons just to retain some relevancy in this area. Now, it's worth noting that resting doesn't always bring back all the enemies either, because you'll notice the guy that's up in there still hasn't reappeared. Because I still don't entirely understand the respawns, like I keep saying. Huh? Okay. Just checking a Discord ping. Okay, well, there's another guy hanging out here now, which is an awkward spot, but it's okay. We have good enough stealth that even with him looking at us, it doesn't matter. Well, that was embarrassing. Just, die, die, die. Why haven't you died? That one's staring right at me. Okay, they do a lot of damage. Half a health bar. They're in our weakened state. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna try just following the train tracks, because the Hunter's Tower has clearly proven to be unhelpful. Yeah, because at least there's just a Birdman and some other crap over here. Not necessarily a significant issue.
Be gone.
Because that might be the thing, is they may intend you to follow the train tracks to get to the doctor. And that's why there's so much bad stuff off the train tracks. Too high. Like, it may be one of those, if you deviate from the path, you're gonna have a bad time deals.
Wicked.
Chaos dice. Interesting. A playing dice, but an unusual one. For some, it bestows a curse and eternal bad luck. For others, it grants success, unexpected help, or something else entirely. Effect changes every 5 minutes. You've got to ask yourself, do I feel lucky? You can either instantly heal 100% health, get set down to 5 health, damage dealt gives money or damage taken costs money, remove all curses, small treasure appears in the area, or it warps you randomly. Yeah, I thought I heard something around my location. That's why I stopped reading and ducked into the deeper spot there. I'm like, nah, you sense death.
Fine addition to my collection.
What the hell? There's something flying around over there. I presume some kind of advanced spirit. Let's deal with our flying guest, though, before he becomes too much of an issue.
Can't shoot with rocks.
Well, that worked. Not the way I wanted it to work, but it worked. I genuinely expected when I missed the swing that he was going to turn around immediately. But I guess they didn't hear the knife hit the wood. Oh yeah, we looted you already. Looks like a circus tent over there. Certainly let the freak show out on the field, too.
Hellish spawn.
Oh, of course it's a hunter with his dogs. That makes sense.
Right on the mark.
You good there, buddy? You seem to be having a bit of a time. What? I was just so thrown off by him running around that I didn't react as quickly as I needed to there. He was just so lost in the sauce for a minute.
No stopping me now.
Something on your...
Oh good, you've got a purple revival this time. Fantastic. Because we were definitely running around at a disadvantage with the health decrease.
Have you seen those?
Yes, I've seen the pools of blood. At least I've seen some of them. Okay. That sorts that out. I'm gonna regret that. I am so gonna regret that. But in its own way, it might actually help us get farther. Because if it gives me the random teleport and the random teleport takes me closer to my goal, it all works out. The only really bad thing that could happen, specifically, is if it gives me the set to 5 health situation at the wrong time. I've been busted, so fuck it. Hello, gentlemen. Goodbye, gentlemen. Coming through. Okay, so that was a bad plan. I wanted to see what would happen. And that contamination they have really sucks, turns out. That's what the, like, spooky eye thing was on the bar, I think. But now that we've died, we're allowed to remove that, so if it does something bad, I might be able to get rid of... I don't know if it'll reset the lock on it if it switches effects. The rate I'm going, I may want to just dispose of some of the enemies around here. Or again, just for my own sanity and speed of getting back out of this area. Thing is, these are in the worst places right now, because I think they're still somewhat displaced because of chasing us before. They got back out here so quick. Really? God, I hate how I shoot sometimes. I can't blame the game. That one I think was me. And my eyes just being wrong. Where the hell? Oh, he's got to go all the way around to get to us. Well, we don't need to worry about him then. Because I think I literally just adjusted the sights off slightly enough that it screwed the whole thing. On the bright side, since I killed one of them, the one I killed appears to be the one that was in a bad spot. Okay, I don't have an explanation for that one. I feel like that one should have hit.
Disgusting filth.
Yeah, the damage they deal just by being near you really sucks. But at least I don't need to worry about those for a little while now. Okay, now I need to calm down. Because we're almost back to where the broken screams will be right over there to our right. And I'd really rather not aggro them needlessly. You respawned already? Lord. Oh. Great, thanks. Love that for me. Love that. That was just upsetting timing.
Hell is empty, and all the devils are here.
We might be wrapping up here soon. I know I said I was gonna try to get a good chunk into this chapter, but I don't want to just sit here and get annoyed at it either. And we're having a hell of a time making any forward progress here. So I'm just not sure what to do at this point. Getting to the next objective is proving to be really difficult. Like, I don't want to say that they ramped the difficulty in this area up by comparison, but it's starting to kind of feel like they did. 'Cause everything hits harder, or at least it feels like it does. There's a lot of them. And then there's just the simple fact that you've got the invisible monsters to worry about now. Really? That was actually far enough to be a problem, huh? Even... Oh, the dice. Okay. And that shot just went nowhere? Okay. Really? So we had a bolt theoretically pass through him. We had a bolt... We had multiple bolts go into him and he still didn't die.
Something wicked. This way comes.
Life has
Like, I feel like that's the crux of our current problem, is we have a similar problem to what we had in the early parts of Chapter 2, where most of what I have feels completely ineffective at this point. So it leaves me in a position of I'm not sure what to do. Like, I'm starting to wonder if the enemies have scaled ahead of me enough that we're kind of reset back to the starting point a bit here. His headshots have been working, but that's about the only thing that seems to make a dent in these things. Without it being a whole to-do. They really were aware of his death for some reason.
Get back to hell!
Yeah, here we go. Can't see shit either. Like, all this brush would be great to our advantage if it worked as well as you'd want it to.
On with the wind.
What? You're trying to tell me that this bog standard useless bastard here tanked a explosion that has been killing the big enemies? What the what are you made of? Like, this is what I don't understand.
Enough.
The damage these things take doesn't make sense sometimes. Because yes, this crossbow only does like 44 damage a shot. But that's just like the most basic of basic pleb enemies around here. Why do they take hundreds of damage?
We'll need
I feel like that's overkill. And I also feel like we've killed them with less damage before. Which leaves me confused. And maybe it's just me, but I feel like you shouldn't be making your players confused about the durability of their enemies. That feels wrong. Like, I'm not asking for it to be obvious, like, yes, they have X amount of health, and you can guaranteed tell that at any time. But I'm saying there should be some consistency there, and it's... I don't know if it's just some of these weapons are
looking for those.
further behind than I thought now. Or if there's more at play than that. But it's starting to bug me. There's a very strong argument to be made for the fact that I may just need to stop using base ammo on any of these weapons anymore. Like, the basic ammo on all of these might just not be worth anything anymore. Or barring headshots. Which, again, this is designed primarily as a stealth game, so that's not unreasonable. But it just feels a bit off. I'm waiting for the die to turn. Yep. Oh, actually, I kind of got what I asked for. Hey, Xeno. We just got randomly teleported somewhere. How you doing? I think it randomly teleported me somewhere very, very bad. Oh? Oh, yep, it's a cave full of the invisible guys. Okay, that's great. Let's just get out of here, shall we? Oh, fuck me. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Supperman. Hope you're doing well. I do not get into Discord chats with new people immediately, but if you're around for a little while, we can talk about that. But I'm glad to see you, and I appreciate your message there. Ow, my legs. It's okay, I don't need those. Something can still see me even through the bushes there. We're almost to where I'm trying to get to. I just need to get out through this passage here. Thank you, Xeno. Fuck. Time to go! On stamina. Yee! Wee! Nope. Almost got away with that one. Almost got away with it. I knew I was in trouble with where it put me. Yep, I will get to you in 1 second there. There we go. Hey, alright, thank you for the raid. How was your stream, buddy? How you doing? I was just waiting for the screen to go away so that I could actually make sure nothing would break. Much mortis. Welcome in, Dissol. How you doing? Oh, Tropical Freeze. One of the few Donkey Kong Country games I haven't played. How has it been? I should have gotten the ammo out of that first, but basic ammo's been doing bugger all at this point, so I'm not going to worry about it. Glad to hear it. I had heard a lot of good about the new Donkey Kong Country games, but I could never be sure since, you know, never had it in my hands.
Meep, meep.
Yeah, that's expected, especially in the later game, that they're gonna start getting absurd. Okay, so that plan all went to pot. Let's see. Let's go ahead and grab the stamina increase instead of the dice. Operation Random Warp was not a bad idea, but not a great idea. Oh, it was ridiculous level just in World 2. Okay, that they might be escalating a bit quicker than I would have given them credit for. That might be a bit much. Wrong bag. Ah, okay, never mind. That makes more sense. That's a lot fairer. Because I heard that 100%ing Tropical Freeze is kind of nasty. Like when I was watching somebody else play it for a bit, the people in their chat were telling them straight up, just don't. Just don't. If you want to have a good time, just don't. It's a mixed bag with that. It's a very mixed bag as far as a game kicking your ass goes. Let's see. This is fine. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. The reason why I swapped for what I did is we have 50 more stamina, so we can run a bit further. If I had the 50 more stamina, I think we would have gotten out of that tunnel we were in just fine. But we're also not using the revolver as much anymore since the damage on it's just not keeping up. Oh, have you actually been playing Elden Ring now, Zuno? I need to sit down and actually finish that someday, but boy, that game is too damn long. Well, that's good. That's a good start. There is so much world. Some would argue too much world. Well, that's the dance, yes. It's gotta be at the right balance of that.
And don't come back!
Give me that. Empty your pockets, thank you. Because, like, right now, the game in here is dancing on the edge of being a little unreasonable. Yeah. See, and that's the good way, is when, once you understand it, it's fair and reasonable to get through. That's fine. It's when, even when you understand it, you get results that are inconsistent, is where it's shaky. And I'm not aware of that movie, Xeno. I don't think I've even heard of that one. But I also don't pay attention to movies. Okay, it does sound interesting. Yeah, don't need to use an explosive on him. Okay, so there is a chance that it was a pattern, but it was hard to read. Which, a pattern being harder to read than it needs to be is also not always a great thing.
Back into the void!
Well, that's upsetting. I hit the railing. I thought I saw where he was well enough to shoot there. That was not a great shot on my part. Fucking finger twitch. I don't know how he ended up on fire, but I'll take it.
Spicy.
But yeah, I don't know if anybody noticed, but I pulled the aim down slightly when I pressed the mouse down, and that's what screwed that shot, and that's why I was mad at myself there.
Phew. Was starting to run low.
It's infuriating when just the littlest thing like that nearly screws your whole day. But we fixed it. Everything's fine. Well, he kind of fixed himself, because I'm still not sure how he ended up on fire. But we take those. I mean, there's a lot of really good games out there, so it might be something I'm aware of already, but I can never guarantee that. Okay, so there's a lot of blood soup in the way here. I don't know if it's cross... Okay, never mind. Bigger problem than blood soup. Big fucking hole. Oh. What the hell am I looking at? Can't get a good look at him. Oh yeah, I don't like that. Nope, don't like that. Yeah, that's a word for it. Also looks really weird. That didn't work. Okay. Oh, you spit out the fire ghosts, huh? Oh, I really don't like this guy. He's also pretty tanky. There we go. That's actually a pretty good shot group, if I do say so myself.
Need those.
Only one of them missed the head. Oh. Hi. You saw nothing.
Whatever gets the job
Nothing
done.
bad happened. Huh. Okay. So those are just demons. Fair enough. Certainly no demon I've ever seen before, but I don't claim to be an expert on demons. That said, it did give us access across the gap here, but I have a feeling that going in this cave isn't going to be any better. Load some gold into the shotgun. And hope for the best.
What's this?
Ah.
The real fun begins.
Did I read that right? I sure did. Chain revolver, an experimental revolver. The amount of ammunition needed for one full use of this weapon would be enough to put down on a full platoon of infantry. For obvious reasons, reloading this weapon takes a long time. Only experienced warriors hunting most dangerous beasts of the Barren Lands use this kind of weapon. I can get behind a wish like that, Xeno. And it is stronger than our Orb of Night, even before the bonus, so... We might have a new toy here. I need to test this. I mean, the home would kind of disappear if you ain't careful. An official document of the Alliance of the Iron Rose. Ferra Rosa Spine Hostibus Nostris. Log 24 of the expedition to the Barren Lands. Commander L. Hart. Deputy O. Boer. Today we entered the cursed Barren Lands with a force of 10 men, including 6 fighters and 4 porters. Optimally, the goal of our mission is to capture alive the giant demon that destroyed the city of Silver Peaks and is now holed up in those same ruins. Realistically, it is to destroy the demon and harvest its body or organs for later study. But really big bubbles. Oh god, I see why they say this takes a while to load now. He's sitting there and loading it one bullet at a time. Oh lord. Da, 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 da. We're gonna be here for a minute, everybody. You just hang on. This thing is kind of terrible. He's loading all 28 bullets one at a time. Oh no. There we go. We reloaded all 28 bullets. I have a sneaking suspicion this gun ain't gonna be worth it. Ow. Oh yeah, the demonic vapors hurt. Ha. Oh, there's just more demons in here too, huh? So that plan didn't work out. And, I don't think that's a good way to get across the gap. I don't think that's a good path.
Here I come again.
Yes, Zeno? No, I was already half dead when he hit me. I had already lost a lot of health to the mist and such on the way in. Yeah, the health bar's over there. The chain revolver is worth a lot of money. And I'm still not entirely convinced by it. I do think it's going to be a replacement for our Orb of Night, but I don't know how useful a weapon it actually is going to be. Because the Orb of Night sadly just isn't doing enough damage anymore to be viable. I can't say that that chain revolver is doing huge damage, but at the very least I don't need to worry about ending up needing to reload it as often. Because of the difference between a gun that holds 6 bullets and a gun that holds 28 bullets. I'm carrying so much crap. It's good, useful crap, but it's also just a lot of crap. Okay, let's put away some of this. Buffalo rifle and its ammo can take a rest for the moment. Is as much as I said I needed a weapon that does more damage, this isn't that practical in a lot of the places we've been fighting so far. The crossbow fills the same role, but has a little bit more versatility to it for us at the moment, in the form of having more bolts available to me. The shotgun similarly has fire rounds and gold rounds to make up for the fact that its damage isn't as high at the moment as well. And now that we have even more gold rounds, we could probably load the chain revolver up with gold. Though, actually at the moment, we have 49 flame rounds. We have to do this whole slow process again, but we can set the world on fire. I'm hoping that I can stop this reload midway and it'll be okay. If I can't, that might be slightly awkward. I'm definitely amused watching him just slowly click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. And I can put this in the secondary weapon slot, so when I'm not sneaking around, I can have it be my backup to the crossbow or such. Which, it'll be good in that position, I just don't think it's a great primary. And the only reason I still have the knife in hand is the fact that it makes our stealth better. And that's useful for getting through this town without having to fight the whole town on the way out. Yee. Fences cannot stop me, for I have legs that work properly. For now, anyway, till they break them again. Okay, now that we're out of there, put knife away, put that over there, that up there. Because improved stealth isn't really going to help us as much out here. We've already proven that. And the chain revolver might actually be beneficial when one of those invisible enemies starts running at me. I may be able to just run him down with the rapid fire. Yeah. Lord knows I know that problem too damn well. Or you hop a fence just wrong and he rips his hands open. And I'm just like, why? Why are you like this? The one thing that the knife would have been good for is the bugs that are flying around. It would save me having to use ammo on those. Or take the hit. Okay, I did check both of those already. Making sure. And yeah, this is the gap we were dealing with right there. I don't really want to try to walk through the Demon Cave. Demon Cave seems like a bad plan. Oh no, what happened to your friend? That.
Land of you.
Slip over and loot the stinky boys.
Bullets, arrows, need 'em
Heck.
all.
Wait for more of the stink to recede. Or not. Okay, fine, you can keep that other bolt. I don't want it that badly. I'm hoping I might be able to, like, slip around the bottom of this mountain here. Yep. Gonna chew on my face. Go away. I kind of wasn't expecting him to just get obliterated. But that worked out. That's why you saw me fire once and then just kind of stop. You know, I can reload individual bullets, though. So I guess as long as I just keep ahead of reloading it when I fire it, this isn't actually going to be that bad. You know, basically just reload however much I end up using. Okay. Yeah, it's just another bug. Okay. Every time I see a triangle on my compass and I don't see the enemy, I'm worried that it's one of those invisible guys. Missed it. God damn it. Such a goddamn small target. A lot of them around here. I see another one to the side. Now that that one's dealt with, I can avoid the other one. Yeah, that explains why there's so many of them around, is more of the things making them around here. God damn it. Get off my face.
One and done.
Okay, I'm starting to like the chain revolver more. It's either been getting very lucky or it's working well. Either one I'll take. Oh, those are arrows, not bolts. Ew, no. I would love to use the hunting bow and the actual arrows, but it's just way too far behind. I would need a better bow for these to be relevant in the slightest. Okay, we're past the demon pit. We're finally making progress. I say that and immediately go, you know, I should heal just to help preserve this progress, shouldn't I? Just to be on the safe side. Because we are so close. It's so far. We gotta get past whatever's near these buildings. Of those guys, they're fine. They don't see me. Because remember, they don't have eyes, so they can't see at all. They rely purely on hearing. So in a lot of cases, those guys can just be ignored. So close to our goal. I'm on the right track. His cave's right there. Something sees me, but I don't see it. I don't like that. Yep, that's what I thought. There's a broken scream nearby. It's right there. And if you say you don't see it, that's because you can't. I'm tracking just the shimmer in the background of where it's walking. Oh, they just had to do that to me, didn't they? They just had to put one of those right where I'm going. It's facing the other way at the moment. Now, you might be wondering why I'm not fighting it. I haven't figured out a good way to kill them. When they're invisible, it seems like half my attacks don't actually land, even though I aim right where it obviously is. So I just don't toy with them if I don't have to. And thankfully we managed to get away from it, so we're okay. But if that's right there at his entrance, how the hell is this man alive? Is this man even alive? Hello? I don't know. He's alive and well. Well, relatively well.
Halt.
Hey, Doc.
Who goes there? Are you friend or foe?
I mean, I'm technically a monster because we are undead, but we don't need to tell him that.
Fascinating. You are an undead.
Well, you figured that out
See
quick.
wounds in the paleness of the skin, in the unearthly glow in your eyes. Incredible.
I don't mind them when they're properly signposted. It's like those things make a good bit of noise and you can see them. Well, yeah, but that's something we tell him even less about because he's gonna get real worked up about that, and we just don't need that problem.
I would be deeply honored if you decide to converse with me and answer a few questions. Non-binding, of course. Please excuse my poor manners. It is from the excitement of meeting a real undead of sound mind. I forgot myself for a second. After all, in this place you have better chances of finding a fatal accident rather than conversation.
That's fair. What do you got? Ooh. Restore 40 health on a headshot. Only 1 ammo per reload, though, so that's a no. Oh, I see. You combine the powder horn with one of those, and then it's fine because it doesn't consume the ammo, therefore you don't have to reload it. Okay, game. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. I'm still not picking it up right now because it's expensive, but I understand. Here, Doc, have all kinds of monster parts. I'm sure you'll love them. I'm sure you'll figure something out with those. I'm not done with you yet.
You must have come across notes about the fauna of these strange lands. I'm proud to point out that the author is a good friend of mine. He is a man of many talents. Well, it all depends on how precise the question is and whether I possess knowledge on the subject. The probability of it being so is satisfactorily high.
I don't know how to feel about the fact that he talks like I do.
Ask, then, preferably in full sentences and with a sufficient amount of details. There is no scientific proof confirming the existence of a soul. Your question seems more appropriate for a theologian, which I am not.
Fair. But you'll probably have seen evidence of something like that.
However, as a gesture of goodwill, I will attempt to answer your question, theoretically at least. A powerful soul would surely require a proper vessel, and as it happens, I know where you might find one. It is not far away from here.
I mean, that's not a bad thought there, you're right. Though he is a doctor, so being overly educated and well-spoken also kind of makes sense for him.
Not too long ago, I saw a suitable creature at the bottom of the chasm that cuts through town.
Oh no. He's pointing me towards the demon we saw the note about that the Iron Rose wanted to kill, but failed. Down in the pit full of demons.
I advise caution. The chasm is dangerous as it is, and filled with unknown vapors, among which lurk numerous creatures. Running blindly into any of these problems will be extremely unpleasant.
Can confirm, I've already died down there once. You've died multiple times. Don't ask questions. You're better off not knowing the answer to that question.
I am afraid that even your undead condition will not allow you to reach the bottom of the chasm unscathed, but that is precisely where you will find your target. Of course, you are free to ignore my warnings and assess the danger yourself. Your choice.
I've already assessed the danger for myself, so what's your plan here?
As it happens, the vapors have excited my curiosity before. You see, they do not appear anywhere else, and seem to be connected with the creatures living there. The only thing stopping me from proper exploration is a lack of certain basic ingredients.
So you want me to go get you your ingredients?
I will need something with a strong acidic property for analysis and to help me extract certain elements from other ingredients.
Ooh. So he wants me to suggest what acids to use. Formic acid's an interesting idea because of the fact that there is probably in fact a lot of ants, but I feel like getting enough quantity would be a pain and probably wouldn't even be that effective. Humanipede glands would actually be easy to get. Yeah, that was the other problem, is it's not good. to use. And the thing is, drowners did not have anything acidic that we know of. They were throwing leeches at us. So we'll go with Humanipede.
A good idea. Why have I not thought about it before? I'm sure I have that gland lying around here somewhere, and it is quite fresh. I am also in need of the means to keep my equipment clean and in good shape. I am afraid my current stock is empty, and we need to replenish it. I would prefer pure alcohol of the highest quality. Nevertheless, in these circumstances, the alternative must suffice. In fact, I do have a bottle of Red Steed. Kept it for a special occasion. How appropriate.
I feel like that response means that that wasn't the best answer I could have given. But the statement about silver is only partially accurate in and of itself, so I didn't like that idea. And human skin was not something I was going to suggest he use, because with my luck, he'll turn crazy after using it for a bit and become a problem.
The next problem to overcome is that we need something with regenerative properties. A species can be found in the vicinity that, after preliminary research, seems to display properties in its skin similar to those of a salamander. I think that other seekers and monster hunters call the species a demon.
We did have some demon skin with us, but I sold it. Wendigo Heart would make sense because we do get regeneration from Wendigo Heart. Ectoplasm just allows you to dodge shots, so that doesn't help. And I'm not suggesting we skip that part.
I am afraid we cannot work around it. It is a necessary ingredient. However, do not worry. The name Demon is just that. A name given to something unknown. There is no proof those beings originate from hell, or that hell exists at all, for that matter. To sum up, I am afraid that no matter how keen we are to proceed, we need to gather at least some of the ingredients.
So I think what this is going to play out as is he needs me to go get him a skin of a demon, because that's the only ingredient he doesn't have on hand. Depending on what other dialogue options you went through with this one, more than likely you would have different things you'd have to go get.
Thanks to your efforts, the only thing we are missing is living tissue with strong regenerative properties. Demons living in the area may inadvertently provide help in this matter. Good luck.
Okay.
You don't have a linseed oil or laudanum for sale by any chance? Or a bottle of boric acid? No? Shame.
I wouldn't even know where to find any of that in this reality. Yeah, I wanted to double check that that he wasn't the one I sold the demon skin to. I sold that back at the main base, which it would be easier to just go kill another demon than it would be to go get the stuff back from the other place. Ah, dang it, though. This means we're gonna have to either go down into the hole or go all the way back. Either way. He's been experimenting on that, I presume. But we now have more skill points, which will help. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna finish getting Invisible Man now, because now we need it. And we're gonna start getting Alive and Dangerous, so we can start having health without needing the artifacts to increase our health. And it'll also, once we get a little bit more of it, start increasing our stamina as well, which we've been needing more and more. The other idea would have been to get either the last level of Strongback or medical training right now, but then I'd be left with 1 point left over again, which I didn't want. So getting here was only partially helpful. Does he have any goodies laying around, though, that will help my quest? Doesn't look like it. That would appear that the couple healing items laying around were the only things he had. Do you have any other information, though?
Ever Lindsay, you're in need of my vast knowledge. Ask away.
Okay, you sound like a bit of a pompous ass when you say it that way.
Diggersville. Initially, it was nothing but a handful of barracks for the mine workers. The town grew to its current size thanks to rapid development and connecting it to the larger railway network. For a long time, only the poor lived there, those who could not afford to move to Silver Peaks. Of course, now it's just another abandoned place, and doubtless proof that, sadly, some traits of our species are a constant. Exploitation, contempt, a lack of empathy, misguided self-importance. Supposedly, most inhabitants manage to escape the disaster. Silver Peaks grew rich from local investments. It used to be a jewel in the region. Rich deposits of tin, iron, copper, and silver were all discovered in the mines. Deforestation added to profits, and hunting groups thrived.
I have to imagine that the deforestation and the hunting groups thriving only went hand in hand for so long, though, all things considered.
The biggest problem for Silver Peaks was that some residents believed that being masters was their inherent right and destiny. The riots were just the beginning for what came after. And the math is clear.
A group like that. Okay. Yeah, that checks out.
The area is full of natural caves and tunnel systems that predate any of the mines here. It is not surprising that some passages can be seen throughout the cross-section of the chasm. The chasm itself was created by a release of powerful energy, surely a result of a battle that was fought here. The two sides in that battle were an unknown entity and a military unit of the Alliance of the Iron Rose that apparently tried to subdue the creature. As a result of the clash, everyone involved died, and the chasm came to be. Immediately, it became a lair to monsters people named demons. If I did not believe in science, I would assume they materialized out of thin air, or came from another dimension.
I mean, just because you believe in science doesn't mean those things aren't a reasonable assumption when things can't come to be from nothing.
Unfortunately, that is all I know. I did not witness the fight itself, only the aftermath. The new residents occupying the chasm made any attempt to study this phenomenon very difficult.
Like, I suppose he could come up with a reasonable explanation of, like, oh, they came up from in the tunnels deep enough down that nobody had ever been there.
Fascinating. I see scarred wounds on your body that would have killed a full-grown bison. And yet, here you are.
Oh yeah, that one was from going down in the chasm. That one, well, that was my own explosion. That didn't really work out either. That one was when I fell off a cliff. Yeah, we could go on. Now let's see about scooting our way out of here to not deal with the spooky invisible man again. Of course, it didn't give me a marker, but we know that the chasm is there. Which, on that note, if it's a well-known place in the area now, why isn't the chasm on the map? Like, that's an odd one. Oh yeah, let me actually rest in the bed, because I think that'll allow me to respawn here. And that will make my life simpler. Power in your bed, old man. Got a problem with it? Too bad. I've got a gun with 28 rounds that says I'm using this. Good, you made the correct choice of not trying to experiment on me in my sleep.
Fascinating.
Figured since his shop would have reset, it was worth double checking to see if he had anything interesting. Ah, Hellbat. Okay. I was like, what is this thing he's got splattered on the table? He must have extracted the Hellbat from this thing and then studied it. Well, you know, studied it. As in, ripped it apart. Art for science. There we go. Got our stealth back to normal. Alright. Let's do this. Which I'm pretty happy that we got past that creature and got up here with our stealth reduced, I would like to point out. Now, the question becomes, do we check out the buildings or do we go straight back to where the demons are and come straight back here? The answer is I'm going to be too curious for my own good. Oh no. Yeah, I'm really coming around on this chain revolver, I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad I found it. It's got just enough power for to take these guys down with headshots.
Righteous death.
Bowler hat. Just looks like he took a tumble. Till you notice that his head's gone, but, you know, details.
Can't say no to such a curiosity.
Don't see me, I'm not real. You don't see me, I'm not here. Yeah, his whole head's guarded by that helmet. Let's deal with the guys down here first. That whole skull he's wearing is gonna protect his whole head. So a headshot's gonna be useless. Oh, but he activated from me killing that guy. That's upsetting. Quit scampering around, you. Oh no! Oh no 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 no. No, 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 no. That's not okay. That being there is not okay. Okay. Okay, she's dead. Everything's fine. For those unsure why I panicked and ran from that, these things are very durable unless you hit them with fire. For one. For two, they would rip me to shreds within seconds if I did not keep avoiding her.
Juice to ashes.
So yeah. Those hags are incredibly powerful. Probably one of the single most dangerous things around here, other than the actual demons down below. So far.
I will need that.
I don't know about needing that, but I have it. Okay, that's not real. I'm kind of surprised she dropped as quick as she did to the revolver, though. But I'm assuming it's because they don't actually have as much health as they appeared to have. And they were mentioned to have a crippling weakness to fire. So what I'm assuming was the case when we were fighting them before is we would deal our damage and it would instantly regenerate the damage. I thought at first it was when they do their, like, little cowering animation that they would regenerate. But that evidence indicates to me that, no, they just do that. You are looking right at me, and I don't appreciate that. Stop looking at me. Don't look at your dead friend like that.
Whatever gets the job done.
I will grab the Molotov. I don't really need the regular bullets as much, but I will take those regular bullets. Because the regular shotgun shells, I don't think I'm going to be using much anymore. Oh! I found a demon! Very conveniently, I found a demon. Well, I missed one. Second one I didn't miss, so everything's fine. Anyway. I feel like fire bullets aren't going to work against a demon, though. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like that would not be accurate. Actually, no, not gold bolts. Explosives. Got him. 2 explosive bolts to the forehead. It solves most problems. Don't mind me, I just need his skin. Thank you. Goodbye. His head wobbled more than I thought it did.
Reduced to ashes.
Yep. Stop stinking so much. I need to loot you. Prodigal daughter around somewhere? Probably in here somewheres. Green snake.
Oh, yeah.
Ace of hearts. Bye. Have fun burning. Oh, that took care of that. So this Ace of Hearts, though. Grants extra HP, and if I have another ace equipped, I gain 30% extra HP. Okay. Okay. What did you get spooked by? I think I'm better off having the extra health rather than the extra loot at this point. Birdman over there.
That's a nice little thing.
Notes on the Hellish Clod, huh? I don't know what that is. I don't think we've encountered anything that would match that name. Can't stand up. Nope.
Let me take a closer look.
Okay, we can easily get back to the doctor's place now. Oh, there's another demon. Oh, lordy coming. If I go for any of this, I'm just gonna piss off everything. Yikes. Popped him right in the side of the head with that one. Apparently that didn't count? Nice, I got the miner or as he was running at me. Perfect. I needed to make sure I didn't hit him or I was gonna blow myself up, and it would have been very unfortunate. Really no loot from you, him. Okay. Really? I feel like that one passed through his head. Okay, I disagree with that not counting too. You'll burn.
Get back to hell.
Ah, fire bullets are so satisfying. I'm running out of inventory space. How?
Or two.
I don't know how I'm getting this explosive bolt back. You and me both. Summer and I do not get along. I was debating warping, but really we're not very far. There's no point in warping back. And I also don't want to risk it treating the fact that that resting may not count. Because I don't actually know for sure how that works, and I don't really feel like having to trek all the way back here. Just in case I encounter the invisible man over here. I'm gonna get some of these loaded. Did I end up... I think I ended up dropping my remaining fire bullets when I did that. Well, piss. Oh well. We can get more. Yeah, the fire bolts are gone. Oh, dang it. We only lost like 6 of them. I'm not that upset. I'm mildly upset, but not that upset.
Each region of the Barren Lands impacts the environment differently. It is as if the force responsible for their creation took the traits of the local flora and fauna into account, even the diversity and composition of the terrain itself. Incredible. Splendid. Show me what you've brought. Show me. Oh, well done. This will be perfect for our needs. Yes, this is the last ingredient needed to complete the fusion. Allow me to commend the effectiveness of your search. To make room, I need adequate space to conduct the experiment. Yes. Reaction as predicted. The smell is suspicious. Probably not dangerous, especially for an undead.
Well, that doesn't give me a lot of hope, but okay.
A drop of the solution at the end, and if nothing explodes, it's ready. I regret that the artifact is of makeshift variety, but it should keep you alive even amidst the worst fumes and toxic vapors.
I appreciate that he has the same way of approaching that I do. It's like, as long as this doesn't blow up, this will work. Oh, there we go. We now have the salamander. Reduces damage from demonic vapors by 80%. Not bad. Not bad.
How can I help you?
You can buy a lot of this crap that I'm carrying. Nah, it'll be fine. I was debating actually keeping one of the demon skins, but then I'm gonna have to give up even more of my gear set in order to do that, and that's probably gonna hurt me more than it helps me when I'm already reducing it by 80%. Oh boy, I need to make inventory. Right. more accurately, I just need to stop being lazy and put more of these things actually in the bags. Eggs again, because I stopped doing that at some point, and then the inventory got out of hand from there. I am actually going to... I didn't mean to buy 3 of them, but sure, we'll take that. So I'm going to use that to get back over to the other guy's place, so that we can do some business over there. Oh yeah, the hunting tower counts because we've been there. And that actually means that buying multiple of the heads works out, because we can use that to get back as well.
Well, spit it out.
There we go. Get us back on track for fire bullets. Get us some more explosives. We're healing. I'm actually going to start carrying a bunch of those chicken heads around, just because getting around this map is kind of miserable so far. Oh yeah, I could reset my skill points with this. Maybe. Just maybe. The reason why that's a consideration is we could get rid of things like the experience bonus we have. Now that experience gain has slowed down even with it, to the point where it's not particularly fast, it may be more productive for us to have a more useful skill instead of a experience bonus. It's also nice that they just provide you a way to give yourself a hard pivot in your skills if you end up in a position where it doesn't necessarily feel like it's working out. Which I am currently in a mixed feelings position for that. I'm starting to worry that the skill set I've given us may not be effective. But I'm also not necessarily playing to our strengths a lot recently, and that's where I think more of the problem's coming from, rather than the skill set itself. As I have, with no possible recourse on the statement, been playing like a fool here and there. So it's a thing. You can put the notes away. Stack that with that. Just trying to ensure that we have at least some of our inventory available to us. His inventory hasn't been the biggest issue in this area so far. Again, mostly because we've been dying so commonly that it doesn't matter. No matter how we look at this, we're gonna have some problems fitting the salamander in when we go into the chasm. We've also been going for 5 hours, so I'm debating whether I should stop now or not. Because we got a good bit done. And I don't want to overdo it, because I'm willing to bet we aren't going to get through this whole zone today. Especially not at the pace things have been moving for the most part. I feel like that's just facts at that point. Yeah, that's one of those, you just have to have reasonable expectations for yourself and realize when you're not making fast forward progress. So let's take a look and see who's doing what, and figure it out from there. That is absolutely true. Also worth noting, tomorrow is not actually going to be more of this, and it may be at a different time. I was supposed to talk to a friend of mine about when we were going to do something tomorrow, but he hasn't messaged me yet, so I'll probably poke him once I send y'all off and get everything settled. But there will be something different tomorrow. I'm going to keep what under my hat to keep it a surprise, but don't be surprised if you get a sudden notification tomorrow that I've started way early or at a weird time in general. Keep an eye out for posts on like Blue Sky and Twitter, because that's going to be your most likely way to find out before it starts. And that is a like 90% likely to happen situation. I don't want to say that it's guaranteed to happen because, you know, anything involving other people could have something go wrong. Something could happen on my end, on his end, anything. So I can't be like, this is absolutely going to happen. Nothing can possibly stop it from happening, because that's just not true. I just want to make that clear right away on that one. More than likely we'll finish this up on Thursday then, at that point. And then Friday we'll be back to question marks, most likely. Because I don't anticipate this taking more than another full session to finish. Because we have been moving along at a reasonable pace. We got stuck here initially, and then stuck again, but I don't think we'll stay stuck anymore. I think we are past the point where it's going to be an issue because of the fact that we found good weapons. So I think that'll sort itself out. I'm just trying to decide between somebody new again or somebody I've already raided before. Which, as we all know, is always a bit of a question. There's even a part of me that's like, maybe I just don't raid today because I might be doing something with other people tonight and I may want to save my energy for that. Yeah, you know what? That's probably a better idea. So forgive the lack of a raid tonight, y'all. So I can store myself up a bit. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here, as always. It is always appreciated. We've already talked about the schedule for the week. You've probably seen Twitch recaps flying around. I'm not going to get into that in any real capacity. More or less, yeah, that's the thing. It's like I either use my remaining social battery with people I know later today, or I yeet it into a potential void in the hopes of doing good things for people. I'm going to choose to stick with what I know this time. Is the long and short of that one. But yeah, I don't have anything else to add at this point, so thank you again for being here, everybody, and I will see you all tomorrow, guaranteed. Have a good night. Goodbye.